Hello? 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 Hello?
Check, check. Hello.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, Taco.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello? 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 Hello?
We're good! Streaky!
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yo! What's up, everybody? How we doing? Hey, Joe, thank you for the tacos. How you guys doing? Happy fucking Wednesday. I'm so sorry I wasn't here yesterday.
Hello.
Was feeling a little tired. Took a nap. And then after the nap, could not recover. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I set an alarm for 5:30. My idea was to sleep between 4:30 and 5:30. Just because I was just dragging. Couldn't get the energy. So I'm like, a nap will help. Nope, did not help. I woke up feeling like dog shit. So I was like, look, it's just not going to be the stream you want. So it's better to delay a day and get a good stream in. So thank you very much for coming by for a delayed Taco Tuesday. Thank you. As always, we got a ton of people that show up nice and early. Was worried about me? It's very cute of you to worry about me. I got a lot of people that worry about me, which I'm incredibly grateful for. I felt like I had just anytime I'm sick and like the other kids were sick earlier in the week, it was my turn yesterday. And Emily, number three. Yeah, what up, Perf? She checked on me at least 4 times, and she's like, "Hey, I talked to Mom. She's going to get soup for you, okay?" As soon as the soup showed up, she's like, "Can I get you soup?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can get me soup." She was so happy to try to be of use. I just every once in a while you open your eyes and you see things a little bit differently. And I was just, even though I was not feeling great, I was feeling loved, which,
Hello.
how lucky could you be, right? How lucky could you be? Perf is here. Nevy's here. Static Green's here. Perf was playing Mega Bonk, I saw. Twitch didn't count your mobile watch. Now I have a 1 streak. Perf, if, I think you only have like 24 hours to go watch the last stream. But if you were to go, like, next time, if you go to the last VOD that if you go to the video you missed, you go watch the VOD, it will give you credit to keep your streak. Yeah, I mean, honestly. Her little angel wings popped. I mean, listen, she always thinks of others, and I think she was taught that by her sisters and Nacho, which, like I said, very grateful for. Nailed it. But you were on for 20 minutes. I don't know, man. I can't tell you any more than that. I feel bad, and that's why we constantly talk about, like, if streets are a thing that people are interested in, and Twitch continues to drop the ball on them, then I feel like it's more harm than good. I don't know. Twitch be Twitch. It's just not cool, man. It's not cool, man. It doesn't increase, but it saves it. That's good. That's a good idea. Salad's here. What up, Salad? How you been? Mega 7. You know what's funny, Mega 7? Watch you pop up in other streams. I was chilling with Killer Drix earlier in the day. He's always got something interesting going on. And he's playing RimWorld, which is something I should be doing. And I talked to him about the hot potato. We'll talk about that in a second. Yo, Audrey, hi. Welcome in. Cincinnati was great. Would recommend. Ohio is amazing. It really is. It's kind of like in a nice place where you kind of have like a bunch of major cities around it. It's a major city in itself, since Cincinnati, but it's centric. You know what I mean? Wait. Thank you, Jerry. Typing on a laptop sideways while I'm piled with cats and a puppy. Me typing is borked. Hey, Scooby. How you doing? Anyways, I lost where I was, but long and short of it is, I was hanging out with Killer Drix, and we were talking about the RimWorld hot potato that we're doing. I think it's like 2 or 3 days before Thanksgiving. Like, they're doing it straight through Thanksgiving, and I'm like, and he plays a lot of RimWorld. So I'm like, I don't know, man. I got to put a bunch of streams in. I'm going to be a little bit of a menace. And he said, there's so many really good RimWorld players. Like, they kind of want to be handed a challenge, right? Like, if somebody hands me something that's working and I take it in a bad direction, somebody else can take it and put it in a good direction. That's kind of the point. Wait, I fixed my typos. You still said me typing instead of type. Wait, you said me typing instead of my typing. You done me dirt. I'm so. Listen, I should probably read a lot slower. I tried to speed read, which is never a good thing for sure. Anyways, Pino Boy, how are you? Thank you for coming by and saying hi. Who else do we got here? Skywalker 420, Big Kenny C, Mr. Rusty, thank you for that resub, 19 fucking months. Genesis, good to see your face as always. Wojo, Echo's here. He might be getting some food after he starved out everybody that's inside of his colony. But listen, we won't talk about that. Jerry, thank you for all that. Thank you for all your advice. My next steps are to get those parts ordered and start the 3D printing. So I'll be working on some of that this weekend. And I say me, but also them. So I gotta figure out. And I love how her friend. So I don't know. Have I told you guys this? I think I told you this, right? I'm doing amazing, Scooby. How are you doing? So when we hit 50,000, before December 13th, before we do the giveaway.
Hello.
Yo, Kutai, hi. When we hit 50, if we hit 50, I should say, before December 13th, that's going to enable on the December 13th stream an interaction. I'm taking a little bit of a slice of a Dixie Crest here. And my oldest kid just got into an engineering class, and she built a couple of small things. They're like, more like, she put it. Oh.
Hello.
Nevi, I know. Whoa, what was that on the end? Yeah, so she's starting doing some engineering, and she's learning how to like solder and all sorts of stuff like that. So she was like, oh, it's really cool. I'm learning how to use circuit boards and resistors and transistors. I'm like, oh, that's great.
Hello.
Wait, shit's fucked? What shit's fucked? Why did I get a shit's fucked on that one? Stop singing my part now. Oh. Let me see why you got a shit's fucked on that one. Sinsid, hi, how you doing? Welcome in. All right, I see errors. You lack sufficient credits. Okay, that's on me. Give me a second. Oh, Jesus.
Massive legend here. But where is here, and whose mass is it?
Let me get in and get some more credits for that thing. Oh wait, which one? There's two bots back there. That call was to stability. Okay. Oh my God, it's a gorgeous pickle you got there. Oh, I didn't turn on. What? Oof. Okay, I can help you out. All right, well, I didn't turn on Twitch chat. I was reading it in the other browser, but I am fixing that now.
Lizard.
That's what I need.
Lizard.
What I need.
Lizard.
That's what I need.
Lizard.
I like how they slowed down the last lizard. Thank you for the lizard. Thank you for the pickle, Rick. Sinset, thank you for the lizard. I appreciate you. Let's see. You ran the. Did you? Does Shitter Command run? I saw you played it. Oh my God.
Johnny.
Who's Mooch?
Johnny.
Thank you, Mooch. Yeah, there's Johnny. Mooch, thank you for the 400 bits. I appreciate you. Mooch, how are you? Where is the login for stability? You fucking cursed. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is absolutely cursed. Thank you very much. Oh, hold on a second. Still trying to log in. Wrong password. Okay. No! It is winter time. It is winter time.
Man, this is some bullshit.
Is it? Is it some bullshit?
Man.
What are you talking about? How come my password manager doesn't have
I
my
have a permit.
password?
This just says I can do what I want.
Can do some of what you want. Did I log in with Olaf? I don't think I logged in with Olaf. It's so unlike me to log in or not use a password manager. Oh, sorry. I do everything I want. Not everything. I'm sure it's not everything. Yeah. I gotta get into the right browser.
You know what it is.
It is actually.
Taco Tuesday.
It is actually Taco Tuesday. Use the API. Login. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, my fucking God. Scooby.
Am I pretty?
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know. I guess I didn't log in with this user either. Okay. All right. Has to be this one.
Hello.
All right, everybody, go into the Fungin. Jump in the Fungin. There are tickets in the giveaway, which I haven't even talked about yet. Hopefully this one. Come on. It's so unlike me not to use a password manager. I mean, I think that's a default key. Fuck me. I don't know. I don't know which account I logged into. All right, no no AI art today. I can't debug it anymore. I'm just gonna shut it offline. It's okay. It doesn't add much these days. All right, what did I miss? Just about to start a dungeon.
Guess what?
What?
I got a fever.
That's fair. That's fair.
And the only
Hello?
prescription is
Hell Walker, what's up? How you doing? Scooby, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Let me see. What did I miss? What did I miss? Pino Boy, Invalid. What's up, Invalid? How you doing? Oh, you got a stream streak? Here you go, pal.
We're good, streaky.
Sorry, sir. Doing my best.
Are you doing your best, though? Are you doing your best? I messed a wet and stretch. All right, cool. Thanks. Thank you for keeping me honest. Oh my God. I did get a walk in after work. I was kind of addicted to Echo started playing Furthest Frontier today. And I listen, the more I see of that game, the more I think it is something that I think I'm going to spend significant time in. So probably think I'm going to try that on Friday. No, I'm not going to try it on Friday. Friday's Halloween. That might be a Saturday night thing. Weren't we talking about something on Saturday night? I think I was talking about something tomorrow night. I think possibly, yeah. I got that. I was talking about possibly RV there yet tomorrow with some friends. No, different game, Kutai. That was Manolords. You know what game that was? You watched Echo play today. Katrine, hi! Welcome in. All right, everybody, see if the trivia stuff works. The main ingredient in the Scandinavian dish lapok is A, boiled rats, B, elephant shit, C, moose cum, or D, reindeer blood. Guys, you have 30 seconds. Yeah, today is Wednesday. That's tomorrow's Thursday. Then it's Friday, right? It is farthest, not furthest. Someday I'll get it right. Correct answer is D, reindeer blood. If you said reindeer blood, you just got some money in your bank account. Looks like Katrine, Little Devil, Caveman Monk, Scooby, Roomy, Pinot Boy, Genesis. Nice. Well done. Yeah, the farthest frontier is really good, for sure. But I said today is Tuesday. I possibly did. Viking, what's up, man? Speaking of RV there yet, Viking was playing that yesterday. That was the first of it I've seen. So, oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. Genesis, I see. Yeah, so Viking was playing it yesterday. It was the first I've seen of RV there yet. And then I saw Jason Snut did a they have a developer show podcast on, anyways, it's broadcast on Twitch. It's like a developer chat, developer show, maybe, I don't know, State of Dev, thank you. And they were talking about Jason's involvement in it, so it just really feels like something we should get behind, not only because A, it's a good game, but B, supporting those who we love. So
Hello.
Bad Dog, what's up, man? How you doing? There is a little bit of room in the back. Yeah, okay, right. You have to sit next to Katie. She might bite. It's okay though. Geeky, how you doing, man? They sold 2 million copies in 8 days. What, Mushy?
Hello.
Did you hooked up Genesis with a taco? Beep boop, beep boop boop. Congratulations to you both. You both should have got money in your bank account. I think that still works. If it doesn't, let me know. What did I miss there? Geeky, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate you. Talk about that looks weird. What do you mean that looks weird? I've never had so much fun in a co-op game like that. Yeah, it looked good. Long ass day, was up a lot last night, slept through my alarms. Oof. What were you up doing last night? Hopefully, it was up doing fun things and not doing unfun things. Gallon Gabby, hi, how you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, so, God, geez, so much to catch up on, I guess. I laughed so hard last night, I hurt myself from laughing. Yeah, I watched a particular part of your stream where you on the side of that cliff getting around that rock and all the fire shenanigans, and like I stopped watching. I'm like, I gotta go experience this. But yeah, it looked a lot of fun. Played with Catafly, had a bunch of fun playing the RV there. Nice. Yeah, all right. So Friday no stream because that's Halloween. I think I figured out the movie I want to watch with the kids. Have you guys ever seen Cloverfield? Or is it... There's two of them. There was 16 Cloverfield Lane and then Cloverfield, right? Ten Cloverfield. Saturday the 14th. There's a third Cloverfield? Is there? So, Yeah, it's a J.J. Abrams joint. If I remember correctly, it's a lot of like, and maybe I don't remember it, but I remember it was about there was some big alien disturbance. OG Cloverfield is nice. Be boring for the kid. Is this the OG Cloverfield? Like, I don't want the one that's gonna scare the ever living piss out of them. I wanted the one that is like more of a psychological thriller kind of thing. Oh, let me send this over. Actually, you know what? I think I have it on Plex. This button you stuck. This. All right, which one's the OG one? 2016. This is the 2008 one. This is the one where there's a giant monster in New York City, though, right? This is also J.J. Abrams? How did J.J. Abrams do both? Yeah, this one's the 2008 one. So this must be the original. And I think this is the one we must discuss, yeah. I'm trying to figure out which one, like, what is this rated? Give me the link to. Where's the link to? Teen Choice Award nomination. All right, main article. Cloverfield premiere. So they are all related. The dude is holding someone in the house. Maybe not that one. That one looked like it was PG-13 though. Like, I was looking for PG-13. I don't know what the other one's rated. Hold on a second. Can we watch the... Yeah, let's watch this. Hold on a second. We're going to have to watch an ad real quick. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Could you use a virtual hug today, my cat? Oh, no. Sorry. Oh. It's, that's the fucking worst, man. Absolute worst. I hope Anna finds closure quickly. You know what I mean? Sorry. All right. Let me see. Pause music. Do we not have music up here? What are you doing? What? How is... That's not the song that's playing. What? Why are you out of sync? All right, hold on a second. Let's see this.
Children behave. That's what they say when we're together. And watch how you play.
I mean, this is like pandemic.
Don't understand, and so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into
Oh yeah, not this one. Not this one. No. Oh. Yeah, this is not for the kids. sorry, catch you. Yeah, I don't think this is. I don't think this. This is not the one for the kids.
No! 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 Don't open that door! They're going to get all the kills!
Something's coming.
Yeah, I don't know. That one maybe is not the right one. Maybe original Cloverfield is better. I'm not too sure. I don't remember how scary original Cloverfield was.
Hello.
Katrina, is there anything we can do? Kiki, thank you. Hey, Bakey, what's up, man? How's my favorite Mexican food-based streamer? Well, how many do you have? Bakey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Look at these hecking cuties.
Look at that heckin' cutie. It's all right, Spotify on this computer? That was weird. Held out as long as I could without putting Kitty in any sort of pain, suffering. I had to do someone else call the vet.
Hello.
I did do it. Hoping it'd go quickly. Yeah. Hi, Lazzy! How you doing? That's why you're the favorite, also the least favorite. Mega Sevens never misses a chance. All right, now it's synchronized. You want some bacon pancakes? I know a guy you can talk to. All right, so yeah, so Friday I'm still kind of trying to figure out. So it's gonna be raining, and I think the trick or treat's gonna be a bust. It's not even rain; it's like pouring, freezing rain. So I don't think there's gonna be much, if any, trick or treating. Also, hold on, let me see if she's got it. Hold on. Yeah, it's like a full send. All right, so you're so glad the kids are past trick or treating. Oh, I kind of like it. We always try to at least Nacho and I, we try to dress up a little bit. Nothing too crazy. But then we go for a walk. But we bring like an alcoholic drink and we walk around the neighborhood, and then we meet up with other parents to do the same thing. It's always a little fun. But yeah, you want to say hi to everybody? Is that what you want to do? You want to sit over here? You want to say hi? You still have your walking gear on. You're gonna come over here. Back up a little bit. Back up. All right. So one of my kids has been working really hard on their Halloween costume, and because it's gonna be a little bit of a bust, is it okay if she shows you guys? Oh, Max, you wanna say hi to everybody? No, sit down. You're gonna come over here. Wait. Hey, wait. Okay, go ahead. He's a good boy. My kids are spread out 30 years. Yeah, it's a lot of it. You're not wrong. Yeah, I'm only, what? Maybe 15 years into it. She looks just like Max. All right. Saying hi to Max. You want to say hi? Come on over here. Come over here. I was telling everybody how much you took care of. All right. Here's number 2, Mia. She wants to show you her. I'm gonna zoom out just a little bit. All right, come as close as you can. So she wants to be a reverse mermaid, right? So she's a fish head, but then she's got human legs.
I'm gonna wear something different on the bottom half.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be a sweater.
It came out super good.
It's not done yet.
It's not done, no.
I gotta add scales on that.
Yeah, her and Nacho made that. Yeah. It looks very good though.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough tomorrow in the rain though.
It's not gonna rain.
What's that?
It's gonna rain in the morning.
Oh, you think it's okay? Well, listen, we'll see. Oh God.
It's so echoey.
It is echoey. Fish love water. That is true. That's very true.
Not this fish. He's paper
Not that
mache.
fish?
Can I try?
Oh, it's a little big for you.
You gotta come this way a little bit more. Can I seal it to waterproof it? We could.
We could, but there's other things I gotta add. So it might be weird.
So it's all cardboard, right?
It's those papers Stop and Shop bags.
Yeah, and plastic plaster.
No, glue. Water.
Glue. Okay. Came out very cool.
It's very
Very
nice.
cool.
It's really big on me.
It's actually
And I was telling everybody how you took care of me with soup yesterday. Look over here, everybody. They thought you were very nice. They said you were a very good kid for
Yeah.
taking care of me yesterday.
I gave him a little menu.
You did. You made a menu. You made a menu. So that was very nice of you. Thank you. Yeah, it's like a paper mache. Yeah. Max, you have your thing on. Can you guys take off his harness? Yeah, you heard. She's like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna rain in the morning." No. Well, maybe. Hopefully, we can get out a little bit. We'll see. But anyways, I was trying to find a movie so we could watch it on Halloween. So. All right. Well, with that being said, anything else you guys got going on? Catching again. I'm really sorry to hear. Oh yeah, no, they're absolutely the best kids. Listen, I'm sure there are tough days ahead because there always are. But I know they got good heads on their shoulders. You know. One was dressed as the Predator. The other person was in a bodysuit that was kind of like the Predator thermal. Oh, that is pretty cool. That is very cool. You're only supposed to stop by 6 p.m. Oh, well, then maybe we wouldn't be too far. Well, if it's going to stop by 6 for you, we're further south. So maybe it is going to be done before then. Last time I looked, it was all night. All right. Tonight we are back in the factory. I did spend a little time off stream, kind of just working on like the structure and bones of the factory, just so I can get an idea of where things go. And so we could talk about that and look at that a little bit. But I think today we're just actually snapping in machines, making plastic and rubber and pushing the tech tree. Should be quick. Paranorman. Yeah, Paranorman is good. Kutai, I'm struggling because what I want is like a legit scary movie that my 15-year-old will find interesting, and the 8-year-old will not. No, that one's a tough one. Arachnophobia.
Hello.
Which is from the 80s. Monster Squad. I haven't. Let me pull up Monster Squad. Here. Timo. Wow. I mean, Timo, you know how it is. There's always a number. If there's plane tickets, a handsome donation to Extra Life, and maybe a beer or two, all can be arranged for sure. The birds. It's more fun than scary. Thank you, Mooch, for the happy cat. Timo, I hope you're doing great, brother. No, that's not Timo's favorite. I mean, it's one of his favorite stickers. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for saying hi. As always, you goddamn fucking legend. Goddamn legend. Let's watch the Monster Squad trailer. Hold on.
You know who to call when you have ghosts. But who do you call when you have monsters?
We're the Monster Squad.
What's a squad? It's like Miami Vice, I think.
They're young and inexperienced.
Naughty virgin.
They're a bit disorganized.
Monsters are not real.
We don't know that, sir.
2,000-year-old dead guys do not get up and walk away by themselves.
But when strange things start happening in town,
There's monster in my closet.
Ooh, look at that big, scary monster!
What's happening? You wait till the werewolf. Silver bullet?
They're the only ones ready to do battle.
Something's out there that's killing people. And if it's monsters, nobody's gonna do a thing about it but us.
Soon the creatures of the night shall rule the world.
Real monsters?
I mean, it's so 80s.
Us? Midnight. In the world, remember? Maybe we can be like Mask Squad and Stitch, you know? 2 mask bombs.
We got 1035, stick back up! Hurry up!
That is one hell of a dynamite.
Don't you think it's all true?
By midnight,
You guys.
they won't seem so young anymore.
So I still on the lookout. Still on the lookout. I forget that I'm on YouTube now, and this is gonna get. Well, listen, what does the word trouble actually mean? There's no trouble. Looks like a fun movie regardless. I don't know if that's what I'm looking for yet. Lost Boys? Maybe Lost Boys. I'm trying to find something that's entertaining for all. I want the end of the world to be at 421. Slaughterhouse? Oh, I saw that. That's where there's like a killer sloth. That one looked really fucking cheesy. You just cut it off automatically after stream. Lamageddon? I think I was trying to find something a little bit more classic. Like all of the Friday the 13th and the Jasons, they're just a little bit too hard. But I wanted something actually scary. Gremlins isn't too much. Gremlins might be the right vibe. I was also thinking Goonies. I know some of them monsters. It's just Cloud Carver. It's just a little too. It's too cheesy for the 15-year-old. She won't enjoy it. Second Gremlins. Why second Gremlins and not original? Saturday the 14th. Is that a movie? What is Saturday the 14th? It's a play on Friday the 13th? Oh, come on, no. So fucking campy. It's like camp on camp. My ex loved Monster Squad growing up about that age, but surprisingly, you know your child. But no, it's the problem is I've got the range. I got the 15-year-old who actually wants a real spooky movie, and then I got the 8-year-old who, if I do this wrong, she won't sleep for a week. You know what I mean? And so trying to find the one that threads the needle. The only thing is, I think Goonies has been seen by the 15-year-old, so that one might be out too. I don't know. I guess in my head I've got like this fictional narrative of like pulling out a movie every Halloween that we watch that the kids have never seen. As they get older, the movies can get a little bit more, you know, horrific, I guess is the right word. How are they with spiders? Do you want them to be afraid of them? I don't want them to be afraid of spiders. I think arachnophobia would push them all over the line. They'll sue for the weekend. They really keep each other company. I mean, it's an option. It's absolutely an option. I don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough having that range. You know what I mean? And even we go places like, I don't know. We'll take them like we have like indoor go-karts around here. And we'll take him to indoor go-karts. The 15-year-old Jaws, it's a little, it might.
Hello.
God, it's so hard. I have a cute girl coming over for a walk with the dogs. We're cooking dinner, but I'm nervous. Should I pretend to be sick and cancel? 0. No, Toulon and Twitch, don't. Just be honest, right? If a cute girl's coming over and you're nervous when you see her, just say, hey, I'm nervous because I'm excited for tonight. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to apply case would be good. I've always found, and listen, you'll probably know this about me, right? I would say in general, one of my best characteristics is being genuine. Telling people how you feel, saying it in a way that disarms challenging situations. And I've always felt the way I kind of always existed is in the world of like, if you tell people why you're nervous, because you're excited, because you like them, and you hope it goes well, instantly that's like a first pass past all the initial like anxiety, right? And I know it's hard to do, right? Like it's hard to do when you know, because in that situation, like I remember being there, it's you lack a lot of the confidence, right? You want to seem cool, right? I never was cool, still not cool. Don't even fucking even try. You can't tell me otherwise. I was never a cool kid. I was always a quiet, nerdy guy. But once I talked to you, I was able to make friends really quickly. But I was never the first to approach anybody. It was always really hard, right? But once I started getting past that and be like, hey, I'm just going to be me, not saying hi, ducking out of situations hasn't worked. Then it's just a matter of just like finding the right person. You know what I mean? You regret the things you don't do more than things you do. Don't cancel, just be honest. That's what, yep, Sin Sid's got it. Just do it, Sin Sid says. Like I said, just tell somebody like you're nervous because you want it to go well, because you're excited, because you really like the person. Or you think you like that person. Do you know what I mean? Like just saying it that way, it's going to make the other person feel really good. And the best way to disarm tense situations is with honesty and a compliment. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of people that tell you like the first thing you do when you talk to somebody is you give them a compliment. But if it's like a bad compliment or like insincere, I'm on mushrooms right now. Very relatable. Let's fucking go. I'm definitely not going to fuck with you. I promise I won't fuck with you at all. Why would I do that? That seems like something somebody who wasn't your friend would do to you. I would never do that. Anyways, Toulon, don't back out. Be strong. Okay. Let's see.
Winston, am I pretty?
Am I pretty?
Winston, am I pretty?
Is it this one? Oh, here it is. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, I was trying to figure out a different way to use these things. I thought this was a cool effect. I found a OBS effects library that does some pretty cool shit. We got like digital glitch. There's a frame skip here. I always thought of using this with Andrew. Hold on a second. I finally found Andrew mode, which I always thought this was really cool. Wow, frames. Then there's also the interlace, which I thought was just a cool effect as well. It's called retro effects. Posterize. This is probably what I was looking for very relatable. Very relatable. Does this help, or is this helping you? I thought of like turning all these on filters, sort of like one of the other ones we have is VHS. This is always great too. Camera's moving a little bit. It just had some really cool effects. Wait, what happened? Wow, frames? Yeah, no, that was intentional. There's one called frame skip. Here. It's BL Andrew mode. I think this is really cool if I turn the game on. Yep.
Andrew.
Yep.
Andrew. On a scale of 9 to 10, Andrew, where 10 is quite drank,
I think I shut them all off.
I'm a 7.
Can you do a fist bump with that on?
Let's not point fingers.
Slower. You want to make a small factory build and put the frame skip on? Yeah, it's called OBS Retro Effects. It's free. There's a bunch of like retro effects on OBS. A lot of them are actually paid and pretty expensive. That guy did a lot. He has a lot of OBS mods, and they're all rock fucking solid. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna leave you in the clip scene. When we come back, we'll do some trivia questions. When we come back, we'll do a couple of trivia questions. Go stand up, go stretch your legs. Give me a minute, and we're gonna be right back. All right.
Hey, go, go, go.
Wow.
Alright, pull up and pull it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Dead now.
Yep, he is
now there's
dead,
two
dead.
cameras. There's two cameras right where he is.
Yeah.
There's 3 cameras.
You're gonna want those cameras.
I'll get the cameras.
Hey guys, I'm gonna fucking die. I just want that.
It's Dread. It's all on you.
Masterik's 100%
Nope,
spot
I'm gonna
on.
die.
There's a little guy to your
I'm
right.
gonna die. I
There's
need
a
all
big
of you
guy-
to shut
there's a,
the
there's a
fuck
guy.
up.
There's a guy to your right. Watch your right.
That's
right.
me
Sorry.
right now.
There's a lot of pressure right now.
That's not gonna work either.
No.
Like, I feel like we should be able to get up there, right? Oh, Taco!
Wow. Wow.
For the sake of everyone on the team, eat the damn sausage!
Jeez, I got launched.
Hello.
Me make taco be a lovely soul. If ye find some doubloons lying about, I behest ye to make a child happy by throwing it into Taco's booty bag.
Jesus.
If ye do this, the winds will blow in your favor and these seas become for ye void.
Say hi, Katie. No, say I'm a good doggo. Say I'm a good doggo. That's Max. Everybody say hi to Max. Here, buddy. Boy. Good boy. Boy. Who's a good boy? Max is a good boy. All right, here. This is your big test. Leave it. Leave it. Oh, no, go get it. Go get it. Go ahead. Can you get it? You need help? Yeah, you have to go. Whee! That's how that works. Oh, hello there, happy little painters. Today we find ourselves at the edge of a serene pond, where nature's magic unfolds before our very eyes. In a gentle reflection of the water, we see the majestic presence of trees, standing proud and tall, like guardians of this peaceful sanctuary. These graceful arboreal beings dip their roots into the tranquil depths, their branches reaching towards the sky, as if whispering secrets to the heavens above. So I think, if anything, game audio might be too high for you. Like, I feel like it's super loud. Oh, shit! Holy fuck! Oh, I think I just shit my pants. Oh, fuck that. Alright, those clips seemed low. I'll have to take a look at that. Also, music? Okay, that should be better. All right.
Hello.
Ding dong. What up, Duca? How you been? All right, trivia time. You ready?
Hello.
Get ready with your fingers. Okay. It pays to be attractive. A recent study showed that good-looking criminals, A, were more often involved in high-stakes crimes, B, got shorter sentences from a judge, C, got modeling careers after serving their sentences, or D, were released on parole quickly. Guys, you have 30 seconds to vote. Go.
Hello.
Old Taco.
Yeah.
Variable label is placing a hefty bet.
Oh, is a high variable label going to blow all of sober variable label's money? Easy one. Intentionally. Intentionally an easy one. Intentionally. Just seeing who's paying attention. The correct answer is on the screen. It's B. So if you said B, you won money. I saw a few of you didn't. GG. All right, give you one more. Okay? This one I'm not going to give you the free answer to, okay? All right. If forced to give up one of their 5 senses, most people choose A, hearing, B, taste, D, C, touch, or D, smell. Guys, get 30 seconds. Go.
Hello. Hello.
It depends if they're watching the screen. Oh, D's nuts. What up, Birdium? Taco Bro, what's up, man? How you doing? The correct answer for this one is D, smell. GG. Yo. Is he? Is he here? All right, if you've been here for the past couple of streams, you know this area up here was our primary production area. You'll notice there's a ceiling on it now. Okay. I started to sketch out how this factory is going to look. Those people don't realize how much taste they're going to lose. You're not wrong. 3 downs. What's the answer? I missed it. D, the letter D. The sense of smell. Etra, welcome in.
We're good, streaky! Yeah!
All right. So if you were here at the end of last stream, we started to figure out how we wanted to put in the refineries. I'm here to tell you I figured out how at least partially it's going to look. All right. So it's tough to see, but there's a whole notch on that side. I'm still trying to figure out what the base of these pillars look like. I like I'm gonna be real with you guys. I used a flying mod off stream to do most of this work because I couldn't figure out how to do it. You passed your toxicology, hell yeah. Duca, congrats. GG, and you got a stream streak.
We're good, streaky! Yeah!
All right, so here's my thinking, right? This first floor is gonna be still a lot of the same stuff we got going on, right? We're gonna be making our concretes. Our steel is still gonna be made back here. Our basic iron and stuff is gonna be made in the quote-unquote basement now. But the thought process is back here. This is an open yard. I don't know if this is gonna be a ceiling back here as well. I'm gonna have to see how many things we need. The one and only Princess Puff. Hi, Princess Puff. How you doing? Welcome in. Happy motherfucking Wednesday. Duca, congratulations on the toxicology exam. Well, what does that mean for you? What's next? Also realizing that we have aluminum, we have bauxite here. I think these are going to be aluminum refining. So we'll need to press some ingots over here as well. So again, we might still be moving things around. Another thing is I like this center spline I did back here. It's tough to see. Actually, no. Here, I'll use modern tech. Yeah, PR. So I like this thing. I don't know what this came from, but I really liked what I did over here. For some reason, I had these cables holding up this bridge, right? I really dug this. I thought this was pretty cool. You have these braided cables that are cemented to the ground. I thought this was a really cool thing, right? Wait, how come I can't pass through here? That's weak. It's a camera. So what I tried to do is up here. Originally I was trying to suspend this bridge from the cables. I don't know if I like this. I'm still thinking it through. Sorry, but bot replies like that crack me up, or these bot replies crack me up, or stupid bot doesn't know how I've been good lately. It never knows if you've been good. One more exam and then 10 finals between me and graduating. Okay, cool. What is your field of study, or what kind of career you're trying to get into at toxicology? So the idea is one side might be plastic, one side might be rubber. This is, I'm going to just call it ancillary production. I'm sure I'm going to need something. And then that is going to be bauxite over there. So today we should absolutely be able to light up a ton of plastic and rubber. The other thing is we brought in 4 more water pipes down here. So we have the bottom 4 water pipes are being used. Okay. The bottom 4 water pipes are being used. I have 4 more water pipes here that are not used. And then I have 4 oil pipes. I might try... if we get plastic, I think we can upgrade to the Mach 2 water pipes pretty quickly. And then we can get a shit ton more water. We'll probably have to overclock all the extractors. Or put in more extractors. We'll see. Maybe a combination of the two. Yeah, and then the idea is possibly once we get those is to light up another bank of coal refining back here. Because I do believe we have another coal and sulfur node that we can tap back there. And so we could double our compacted coal. But today we're just focused on the plastic and rubber. Forensic science. Oh, that's cool. What is a stupid AI bot? I wouldn't. None of my bots are well, actually, no. We do have the AI bot. And then, like I said, I think that's bauxite. Is this the extent of how far I can move with this thing? I guess so. So I don't know. There's still a lot of work in progress here, but at least we can get oil going. This I figured was where my thought process is up here are going to be drones. This entire plate is probably drones. Or we might do drones up here. Doing drones up here might be difficult, just with the amount of resources we would have to send through this small area. But we can run more belts. There's certainly a way to do it. Microdose won't hurt? I mean, how many have you already done? I still don't know about this. I think this whole piece really depends on what we're doing over here. And then there's a question of what do I do in the yard back here. All those being read is a big problem for me. Ah! I deleted my stairs, didn't I? I did. Alright. You have water. No power. No water on this side. No water on this side. Alright, let's go check our pipes. We're on battery power right now. Okay. No flow. One pipe is flowing. Why is there no flow? Why is there no flow? Oh. Did I... Where did I have the pumps? Did I have pumps down here? No, I put the pumps under the floor up there. Okay, that pipe is flowing. Empty. All right, I think its water's not getting up here. So we just gotta go check. It's weird.
Hello.
Thanks, sir. This is the randomized save I started a few weeks ago. Yes, it is. We are just debugging our pipes a little bit.
Hacking cuties.
Lizard.
Oh my God. Face here. What's up, Holmes? How you doing? How do I get up there? Alright, that one has the flow. This one has no flow. It's full of water, but it's not moving. Well, let's just try adding some pumps. Seeing that there's water in the pipes. If I put pumps on here and it starts to move.
Lizard, lick my lizard, and my lizard, my lizard, my lizard, lick my lizard, and my lizard.
Face Air, how you doing, man?
Hello.
Hey, look, straight pipes. Hard to find them. Willow, how you doing? If you guys don't know, my friend Willow, she just started playing Satisfactory. You should go hit that follow button. Willow, my pipes are not delivering water the way they should be. So we're just doing a quick check to see if it's pump related. Which it could be. Or it could be something else. Could be a disconnected pipe somewhere that I missed. But this should tell me. There's no way you're connected. You're not
Hello.
connected. All right. We have a tiny bit of flow. It is now picking up. This is the save. When you say with integration, what do you mean? Dixper is off. Let me go find Dixper. I'm pretty sure that was a problem. When you get older, you can expect to have some flow problems. That's true. That's true. Oh, yeah, G-Man. This is that one. Yep, for sure. Dixper. Halloween 25. Select all skills. Import collection. Create a collection. Halloween 25. There's a new Halloween 25 collection. Don't know what anything does. It's Dixper is searching for game. All right, this is going to be a truck station down here. I don't know if we're going to actually use it, but actually piping down here would be better. The fact that there's no flow, oh my gosh. Why is there no flow? No power. Well, obviously there's no power if the power factory is not on. Shit. Biomass burn of the pumps. There should be enough water in the pipes just to get it all moving. But don't we have battery power? We do have battery power. For some reason, none of this is powered. Oh, I think I deleted its power connection. That's why. Okay, okay. All right, I must have accidentally deleted power. So all the water extractors had no power. There's battery power. There's pumping. Are you a mega base guy or a distributed guy? Depends. I would say generally a mega base guy. Because, I don't know. I'd rather build scale and then figure out how to route the belts. So we're just about to get to oil. So those are all of the pipes you just saw last stream. We got those all filled. VIP tacos, Brodium. Yeah, so last stream we got the 4 oil pipes and 4 more water pipes set up. So now those are all coming down the hill. All right, please unwind. I appreciate you, Brodium. I don't know if I saw the vampire's bite. Let me go refund those skills. Refund. Was that today? 26 now. What's this? Oh, let me test Dixper because I saw the screws, but then it all stopped. Teabag me? Okay, I see the teabags. Alright, can't move. Yeah, okay. Still stuck. Okay, free. All right, let's figure out how we're gonna run this oil. So the oil in is over here. All right, I'm always a fan of feeding the pipes from above. Is Willow still here? Do we still have a Miss Willow? Give me good bend. I want a good bend. That's not a good bend. No, yeah, I was seeing if he was still here. I know there might be some spoilers here, so. Try that. You had a pee? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Alright, so did anybody take me up on my offer to go hit the follow button on Willow because she is just getting into Satisfactory? That's not why you hang out with Willow. She's awesome sauce. But then also, she loves help and support in the Satisfactory community. Those line up nice. That was exciting? What do you mean that was exciting? So I saw yesterday, maybe it was the other day, you were using, yes, you need to unfollow Will and refollow, 100%. Oh, you were coloring things. It was. You were so excited. You were so excited. Danner! That many. You're old. Old as shit. Ow. What? I fell down the one hole? It's not really one hole. Do you color your factories? Always. Always. This one's not colored yet. I'm gonna need stairs down here. Come on. Come on. So yeah, Willow, this is, I don't have everything unlocked yet, but Customizer, these are special finishes. They change like the texture on them. Let's see if I can show you a better one. This one's probably a better view. See how like some of them are like shiny chrome? They're not normally like that. It does like a whole texture change. Read slowly. We need Dr. Purple ambient since Halloween is so close. Okay. Darker purple. Give me 1 second. I like how Willow has to talk to me like I'm a child. Darker purple, got it. Do we need less here? Intensity is already at 100. This is 2 of the 3 lights. Nev, yeah, sorry. 2 of the 3 lights. They don't get any more purple than that though. I mean, I can turn off the light completely. Is this what you're hoping for? Wait, it was Willow. Wait. When do I get a jetpack? Soon. soon? No, it was Nev. What do you guys? No, it's awful. Get a jetpack. No, you don't have to buy the DLC. You can get jetpack. Where do you get jetpack? I don't have a hub down. Hold on. Willow, I told you I don't get a jetpack. You know this, right? Jetpack is tier 5. Right here. Taco said you don't have to buy you don't have to buy a DLC. No, there's no DLC. There's mods. I'm using a bunch of mods, but no DLC. Peanut butter. Everybody else has to buy the DLC, Willow. You don't. Tier 5? Yes. So I think if I remember correctly, you just unlocked cold power. You did the vehicle transport. You did basic steel. You didn't make yourself a Xenobasher yet. Okay. Now you're working on tier 4, right? You're going to start working through these things, advanced steel production. Okay, you started making the I guess you're still on tier 3. You just got versatile framework. You're here. You're here. We're all humble people. Do I get to tube it up like Futurama? Willow, you ready? Oh no! Oh, I killed myself. Oh no no no! Oh no no! I got it! 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 Fucking hell! No, yeah, it's fine. It was me. I was hitting the space bar trying to drop the the parachute. It wasn't spacebar. Spacebar was not the right button. All right. I think I got most of them. All right. So close. Oh, you know what? I did want to instantiate a bounty. We should figure out what the bounty is. All right. So in the very very close future, you're gonna get
Jesus fucking Christ!
You're gonna get hyper tubes. Okay. These are little suck boys. Okay. You put a little tube together, and then you go stoop. Right. It's a great way to get around a factory. Okay. Taco tutorials. All right, and then you get to do whatever you want with them. I wanted to go up here, so I got a suck tube that sends me up that waterfall, so I can maintain all my water extractors, and I can jump in the water anytime I want, because I'm a professional. You hate those tubes? They suck. All right, so here are all my water extractors. Okay. Give me one more. Didn't get it. All right, but the make a railgun? She has a rebar gun. Is there a horizontal limit for liquids? You need to put pumps. With pumps, you can do as much as you want. All right, what do I want to go? I wanna show this off. Willow, you ready for something awesome? So this is a blueprint. You get to make blueprints. Blueprints are just a bunch of things you put down. Like I built this. No horizontal limit. No horizontal limit. Not that way. Hold on. It's not the way, right? Hold on a second. All right, let's try this. No. Pumps are only needed for vertical. I read it wrong. Nope. Delete that wire. All right, Willow, you ready? So, this is what we call a hypertube loop. Okay. I'm going to jump in this hole over here. It's going to spin me around and around and around. And then I'm going to hit the button. I'm going to fire out that end. Okay. This is the preferred way to get around. You mean this thing here? Yeah. All right. Ready, Willow? Here. Your potato's going to struggle. So you get to see the whole map. All right, do we find anything we want? Do we see any crash sites? I'll take another hard drive. Is there one out there? I forgot if I got that one. We want tacos. Keep on wheeling, hi! You can't delete a parachute. It's not in my hands. There you go. I don't know if there's a crash site over here. You run around in feet so right now? Yeah, you get around a lot faster. But sometimes it's hard to find what you're looking for. I see a slug over here. I don't know if I care for it. I could always just look. Oh my god. Fuck you.
We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm. Right? Because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them.
Well, not you. Not you. But yeah, so I spun around in a tube and then shot at the end. You can spin around in a tube and then just go across the map just in a tube. You know, you just have to put the tubes all the way around the map. You know what I mean? Ooh, is that one? Do I have a Xeno Zapper. No, I think wait. Did we get this one? Is that just the delete bit? Yeah, that's not a Yeah, that's
I have a permit.
You have a permit too? Why does everybody have a permit?
This just says I can do what I want.
Nobody has any dex modifiers yet. All right. So I did want to. No? Okay, fair. I thought it was a good idea, but fine. The only problem with this is much more this method of travel.
Get your shit together.
You get
it
your
all
shit together.
And put it in a backpack. All your shit, so it's together.
This is a much better way to get around when you have a jetpack.
Man, this is some bullshit.
Is it bullshit?
This man.
Heifer with cheese.
Oh my god.
Son of a bitch, I'm right behind you. Turn around and ask me for heifer with cheese, yo. Why you gotta make
You don't have to make me feel inferior because I'm on the grill, B.
Damn.
Scarface is kind of a hyper guy for a pothead. Sorry.
All right, so I did want to talk about a potential new addition or wrinkle to the game. Let's see, where's the hub? Put it upstairs. Where did I put the hub? Hub is over here. All right, so here's what I'm thinking, guys. If you manage to kill me, we should pay out the days since last incident. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the payout? Is it money in your bank account? I think it's money in your bank account. So there's 1K a day. We could do probably 2K a day. Right, like if you kill me today, it's 30 grand in your bank account. Is that too much? I know nobody's gonna say, no, that's too much. But we gotta worry about taco inflation, right? There is inflation in tacos. 10,000, 15 is 10,000.
Old Taco.
It's probably easiest
Variable label
per
is
day.
placing a hefty bet.
Wojo says math is hard. Math can be hard. How does one kill you? All right, so there are a number of ways to kill me. Most of them have to do with Dixper. 30K is a $75 donation. That's kind of a lot. All right, 1K a day. You're right, 1K a day. Yeah, so there's Dixper, which is a way that you can fuck with me. So right there where I was climbing up when I fucked up the parachute and I was climbing up the ramps, you could have hit the quarter to the left, and I would have walked right off that left. Right, Dixper. The only challenge is we need to keep an eye on this, right? Because as the stream goes, the days are going to tick by. I don't know how to tell. This is the one piece that I haven't figured out yet. How do I tell how many in-day games have passed after I die? Do you know what I mean? Because every day we can just, as we turn on the stream, we just make note of it. But gotta redeem to check it. Yeah, but like right now it's nighttime. It's about to go to 16 days. So we start stream, it was probably 14. It's already at 15. The counter automatically resets when you die, but how do I know what to pay? Upvote my QA. Send you a link. All right, let's get something hooked up. Let's be productive for once. Well, we don't need this anymore. F it. Respawn at the beginning of stream, it'll reset to 0. How do you know how long a day is? I'm sure we can figure that out. Maybe it's stream hours instead of in-game dev days. So you're basically saying we set it right now of 0, let's say. When we die, we check the number of games in hour, number of hours in game. There's a way to do this just with save time. Yeah, that's what I was saying to make it 7. 1 day is 1 hour. All right. I guess how do we not forget to do it, right? Because that's always my challenge. There's always too much shit going on that I'll forget to like remember when the last death was. So we can always create a name save. Yeah, but I'll forget that too. But I think the point is I can give you guys a command. Is death time, right? I'll give you a command that says death time. When I die, we just gotta remember to note the death time. Yeah, like time of death, something like that. Time of death, and then you would type 5825, right? Todd? Time of death? Yeah, so we can just do time of death. We just write the number, Todd? That's Todd. That's Todd. A little different. Yeah, so we just do... All right, so I can write this up. All right, so future taco, what we're trying to do is make a command that allows anybody mod or above to record time of death in the number of play hours. And then what I do is I calculate the last time of death to the current time of death. So you would do time of death. We'll just do 60 hours. We could do like 60.5 if we really cared to. And we do 60.5 or 60. Yeah, we'll do just round up to the nearest half hour, right? All right, go to sleep. Get out of here, Todd. And then you do time of death. What is the time of death and who is the recipient of killing me? And I can die and it doesn't count towards the redeem because nobody killed me. But if somebody kills me, then we count it, and we count it since the last time somebody killed me. All right, I can write that.
Nerd alert!
Nerd alert! Fair label. All right, how the fuck do I get oil in these holes? Easy. Easy. Oh, the hardest thing in this fucking save is going to be working inside of this factory without a jetpack. Here's what we do. All right, if I drop a pipeline junction, okay, on grid. Oh, this would be so much easier over there. All right, here. We drop this bad boy there. Lies. Instead, we want to point at that wall. Okay, lies. Why are you off a little bit? Why are you off a little bit? If we, it should be square to the wall, shouldn't it? All right, let's make this easier on ourselves. Hold on a second. I have micro nudge or infinite nudge turned on, and it's fucking up the nudging the wrong way. Turn off. Infinite nudge. Get out of here, game. Okay. All right, come on, we got this.
Hello.
Yo, TFNG, how you doing? Welcome in. Happy motherfucking Wednesday. All right. Okay. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. Now, I don't know if I need all this oil. Pretty confident I don't. Pretty sure just 1 or 2 pipes is going to suffice.
Hello.
Oh my god. This is so fucking impossible. Trying to play this game with no jetpack, no hover pack. I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth the effort, guys. All right. You know what I mean? It's just an annoyance. All right, pipeline to vertical. Come on. I think I want to move it over. What I really wanted is I wanted them here, 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 and there. That's what I really want. Well, the first one is there. I'd have to do... I mean, where it's positioned right now, it's straight to the hole. Cognar! How you doing, man? Alright, instead of trying to solve all the problems right now... Okay. Let's go get the other pipe set up. That's it, right?
Hello.
Chief Harry! What's up, Holmes? Chief Harry, what you up to?
Stay a while and listen.
Appreciate the follow. Follows are anonymous. Say hi if you would like. Make way, here he comes. Say hi in chat if you would like a ticket in the giveaway. And you're like, what giveaway is that? It'd be this one right here. It's for a Steam Deck. Okay. Just go home, sat down, about to do some work, and then make some dinner. Hell yeah, let's go. We're giving away a Steam Deck on December 13th. So if you would like a giveaway ticket, all you have to do is type into chat right now, hello, and I'll give you money. Hi, I'm Taco. If you type the word exclamation mark, enter, put a little space, type the word Steam Deck, and then the word max. So enter the Steam Deck giveaway maximum number of points. Each giveaway ticket is 1,000 bank dollars. You get bank dollars by hanging out, chatting, being a part of the community. Or this is a charity stream. If you donate to Sick Kids, I will hook you up with extra money in your bank account for more giveaway tickets. Okay. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Right, was that last one higher? Was that last one off? No. We're about to get all of... There's no way I can run all of these in. I don't have the power. I don't have the power to run 2 of these. I love how my... maybe we should make some oil. Maybe we should make fuel. Oh my! Oh, I feel like I should get my heart rate monitor connected to the stream. I feel like that. Mercury Vapors, thank you for nearly killing me with Frankenstein the Monster. Oh. All right, I need colors for plastic. We could use this for plastic. Killa who? Killa. Thank you for the 14 months of support. Thank you for helping me help some sick kids. Killa, absolutely amazing. Thank you. There you go. There's some extra cash in the bank account for you. That's the joint. That's the jam. Want to get a storage bin over here? What is this pillar? Do I need this pillar? I don't need this pillar. I mean, I think I had that pillar there just to show, like, support for that. This is why you give yourself extra room, guys. I mean, this is a starter factory, so it's more important for it to be easy for us to grab materials as we need them. Probably going to want to overflow this, too. What we're actually going to do... Hold on. Thinking out loud. We don't have smart splitter, but if we had a smart splitter, what we would end up doing is putting in the smart splitter in an overflow fashion. Okay. Is there enough room to jam that in there? So I was originally thinking about doing a dimensional depot on top. Oh, we have dimensional depots. Huh. I didn't think I had those yet. But I hate how much space that takes up. This way, it's clipping the machine. Can I wedge it in there? I don't think I'm going to have the churn radius. Easier. Easier. Dimensional depot would be on the top. Input that way. So it fills up the dimensional depot. Now, this is if we need to automate to anywhere else in the factory. All right, that's what we do. That's what we're doing. Right? Now, there's not a dimensional depot right now, but it will be in the future. So, smart splitter would feed the factory.
Hello?
Then it would feed the storage bin. Storage bin would always fill the depot. Thick! What's up, Holmes? How you doing? All right. That's good. Let's do that over here. Is that going to be enough for him to get by? Okay, is there... The line here lines up there.
Hello.
This line lined up there. I think. Audrey Dev, hi. Are your factories spread across the map or do you have a main base? This is my only factory right now. This is my starter factory. So we started this factory, what do we say, 50 hours ago? This is our first couple machines were over here. We're just trying to get all the way through. I'd probably say like tier 7 or 8 here. And then we're going to build a real big boy power factory. Probably turbo fuel, rocket fuel probably. Enter Steam Deck Max. You want the word Max. How's this work? Great question. Just like this. Enter Steam Deck Max. Now, in the future, we're going to have other giveaways. And if you wanted only 5 tickets, you say I wanted to put 5,000 into one and 5,000 into the other, you do enter Steam Deck 5, and that would take 5,000. But enter Steam Deck Max will take all of your tickets, all of the money in your bank account, and buy tickets. Yeah, so this is a, I don't know, call it hard mode, call it a challenge run. Chat has chosen some mods for me to make the game extra hard. I have a bunch of hours. This right here is actually a uranium node. These two are both sulfur nodes. So the idea would be is this factory is going to make 1s and 2s of everything. And then I'm going to feed a series of drones on the roof here. And the drones on the roof are going to just distribute everything everywhere. So we're going to make a lot of batteries here. We'll distribute batteries to like remote outposts to go get resources and then bring back here. I also can't use trains on this build. So there will be no train. So I don't need to worry about a train network. I guess that's good. It's not fair. Josh has more tickets than you. Well, maybe he's a better friend. You ever think about that? Trains are so fun. That's why they took them away from me. If I enjoy it, they take it away from me. It's not fair, but that's the way life is. Ooh, you gotta hook these up. And Audrey, welcome in. All right, you're all connected. All right, same here. Oh no! Don't get no. We fixed our water problem. Was that you? No, it's fucking real? That's a real fucking break? Mercury vapors. Mercury vapors. Do you know what you just did? Do you know what you just did? I thought we were friends. Up until when I looked down there and it said, what does it say? Did you check your poll? Mercury vapors is laughing. It might be smiling. Yeah, it was at that moment. I'm like, maybe we're not friends. Maybe we're not friends. St. Pint, what's up, man? How you doing?
You done messed up, Aaron!
April, it's not April Fools. You can't just say April Fools. I mean, I guess you can. I'm a little worried this is going to be like a hard... Oh, okay. All right. All right. We're better. We're besties again. All right, thank you. This is tight over here. Any reason why not to back it up? No, back it up, man. Why not back it up?
I have a permit.
Do you?
This just says I can do what I want.
I know it says that. And that gives you guys a lot of latitude. And plenty of fools doesn't need to be April. All right, we have enough from there. All right. Now, I'm definitely not turning every one of these on. We just don't have the power for it right now. Yeah, that's... How did that even happen? What are we doing with power, guys? Yo.
Hello.
Okay, I can do that. Night Blades, what's up, man? How you doing? You don't know what month in game it is. Hey, you know what? Fair fact. Wait, Turbo Fool? What are you talking about? Everybody, type exclamation mark. Hello? Oh no, it's. What do you call a werewolf librarian's assistant? It's gonna be something with lichen. Lichen subscribe. Perfect. Thank you. I left. All right, here's your trivia question. When you swim in a chlorinated pool, your eyes start to get red from this being in the water. Is it A, urine, B, feces, C, sweat, or D, all of the above? Guys, you have 30 seconds starting now. Yeah, you guys know it. If you ever see all of the above, you have to choose it. I wish they would do more. I wish they would do more of the all of the aboves. Just because every time it's on the fucking card, it's always that one. Fucking that's gross. It is gross. But humans are gross. Correct answer is D, all of the above. You guys knew it. You guys knew it. GG. Is it true, like, it's not just turning red because chemicals like chlorine? I mean, it's all of them, right? But, Josh, I was going to say, every time I pee in your eyes, they get red, and there's no chlorine in my pee. Sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Give me a good corner. Give me a good. I guess that's good. Wait, where's the inn? Where's the fucking inn? Oh, it's that one over there. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's so cursed. So the pool that smells like pool is actually a dirty pool. A good, well-maintained pool won't reek of pool smell. Is the pool smell actually chlorine or the chloramides the real cause when you oxidize organics people juice? Don't call it people juice, just call it fucking urine, man. People juice makes it worse. People juice. It turns the chlorine to chloramates, and that's what irritates your eyes. So it's all of them, yeah. Cheers to you. I know it makes it worse. We haven't used our hot tub much, but it smells like... You have a hot tub? That's shit. I don't get an invite to the hot tub. We're not going to have yellow brackets. Chaos, you think this is? All right, we have 2 other pipes of oil that I have no clue what to do with. We'll leave that like that for now. That is true. I do live on the other side of the country. But you mean if I lived in the same side of the country, I'd be invited to your pool? Nice. Hear that, guys? I'm in. I'm so in. See, what you should say is, you're in. And that would be funny. Well, this is not great. So I don't know if this is a truck station down here or a parking garage for Echo. It's one of the two. All right, these are... This is the inn. These are all inns, which we actually don't need these. These are all outs, so we're going to put mergers out here. All right. Now, the way this is working is this is my inn. Can I get close to the hole? No. Okay, this is the factory out. Oil wrestling party? Whoa, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Oh, is this you? Geeky, thank you. Thank you, Geeky. I instantly thought my fingers are in the wrong places. Oh my god, Geeky, let go of the keyboard. Thank you, buddy. I don't like this down here. But this is where it's hard to walk by because of this pillar. I think it's fine. It's fine. All right, now if this is the in, these are all the outs over here. Do you know Willow has been away? Did she play today? I looked. She was playing something else today. crap. I mean, it's not in the way. So it was this morning? I missed it? It's been a lot of fun watching.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
It's been a lot of fun watching Willow play Satisfactory for the first time. Alright, the front one, this was rubber, right? Now, I don't have signs. I do have signs, don't I? Can I put a sign up? Huh. 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 Oh, fuck. Need uppies. Come on. That's too much uppies. Too much uppies. Too much. Alright. Alright. Alright, this is gonna be... Oh, should I blueprint a sign?
Well, then get your shit
I am.
together. Get it all together.
Yeah, I can use a hover pack.
All your shit, so it's together.
Yeah, when I get the jetpack, which will be soon. All right, power. We don't have organized power yet, do we? Let's say... Where's my power nips? I mean, this could be main power right here. So it's connected to the batteries. Oh. This is the output. Here's the input. So halfway would be over here somewhere.
Come play with us.
I don't want to play with you, no. Fucking... I think I pooed my pants. Wait. Who is that? Dan! What's up, Dan?
Hello.
What's up, Holmes? Thank you for the Tetris. Wait, I didn't get it. Alright, we actually don't want to power them all, though. We only want to power the first one. Let's do two. We'll power the first two. Dan, how you doing, bud? Thank you for the Tetris. My fingers feel funny. Is that because of the mushrooms? Yes. Did you say how many mushrooms you took? Like, yes, it is. Let me see. I was feeling about regarding the topics of being nervous for a date. Then mushrooms got stuck in my head. I guess make a tea. Do a little micro dose. Guess I'll see if I turn into a lizard. Are you going on a date? Are you still going on the date? That seems wild to take mushrooms before you go on a date. Been busy, but doing well. Good to hear, pal. Anything new? Anything good? How come I can reach that one, but not that one? What did I do differently? Pull it down? Chilling at home with the dog? Okay. All right, let's move the power over. How far do we do? One foundation in front of the pipe. I think I might exercise regardless. There you go. Feeling how I feel. Go on a date. Probably wouldn't eat much though. Could be a hell of a trip. A couple weeks ago, I went on a trip with 4.5 tabs of acid. What? Is that not a crazy amount? I thought... Well, listen, I don't know. I've never done acid. No, that's not a crazy amount. Oh, okay. I always wanted to try it one time. I think the statute of limitations is up on that one, though. That and cocaine. Never tried that. Alright, first two are hooked up. Alright, and we won't see ugly power wires. All we should have to do is choose the recipe. And they should start going. Oh, that's residual. I'm like, wait, that's not the recipe. Okay, I do have to grab the byproduct. I forget about that. We might collect the byproduct and burn it for fuel anyways. Alright, you guys are... rubber. Banger. Banger. Ketamine? Yeah, I hear that's good too. Alright, we gotta put the residual. Creep. Wait. Do it again. All right, we need a purplish.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Hello.
Yo, Dinkers! What's going on? I don't know why I called you Dinkers. Welcome in. Happy fucking Wednesday. Hump day. Did you get your hump on? What did you hump? Anytime you get a woman to come, it's a bang. It's easy to do, Rumi. If you put effort into it, easy sauce. Problem is, you gotta put the effort in. Ah! What's on the ceiling? Been getting ready?
We're going straight
Mercury Vapors, you want to paint this purple? Is that what you're trying to tell me? All right, it's painted purple. All right, can you let go of the keyboard? Thank you. What if this looks good purple? Are we choosing a gray and purple theme? It's like eggplant colored. All right, we have to collect all of this. Where are we gonna burn it? We have to refine it into fuel. Well, we could send it over here, and we could refine this. This could all be residual fuel. I didn't have a plan for these guys. Now I do. All right. These are pipeline hole in floor. I love the dancing eggplant. Now, this is a feed from the bottom, which I shouldn't have done. I should feed it from the top. Yeah, we know it's going to work better. Although they're going to make changes. I was, did anybody watch the dev stream this week? I tuned in. I feel like there's like I wanted more information than we got with all the fluid hype. You couldn't hear anything for a minute. I called you Dinkers. I asked if it was okay if I called you Dinkers. I thanked you for coming in. I said, "Ooh, you got a 7 stream street, Dinkers." It's weird. I never called you Dinkers before. And then I got upset because you didn't respond. I thought you were angry with me. I said, that's not like Dinkers to get mad. And then I promised you, gravity feed is the only way. We fixed pipes. Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, that was the whole point. Is they were like, we heard you loud and clear. Pipes are broken. Be like, you didn't hear this loud and clear. It took us forever to get you to realize that. Dinkers, do you like it purple? It looks like clown vomit. It might be too bright. Oops. It might be too bright. Make it darker? That looks better. Uh-oh. Are you ready for this? You like it purple? I don't know what I'm doing over here yet. This is like not enough area to walk by. This is what I was playing with over here, trying to figure out what I'm doing. I was thinking about kicking this whole wall out. I could go angle to there. It would clip those trees a bit. I can go out there, I can come back a little bit, then angle over. Use half foundations at the bottom? Like in here? I'm just thinking about moving the wall. There's no reason why I don't reclaim a little bit more of this space. Other than... No reason. I can just move this one back too. Yeah, I could probably just come out one more. Come straight back. And I don't even need to angle. I just move the whole wall back. I mean, there's no significance to this piece right here, I don't think. Well, it does. It's right at the bottom of... It's okay. It doesn't need to be like that. It's fine. I can move the whole wall. What the fuck are we gonna do here, guys? We're running. All right, here's what I'm thinking. Mercury Vapors, thank you. Now, Mercury Vapors, I don't know if you've seen all the stuff set in there. There's a button for you to delete whatever I'm pointing at. There's a button to delete what I'm standing on top of. That was more of a crawl. I think that's better, actually. Now this should miss. Right. That's good. That misses the bottom there. That's not clipping. Right. Can't tell. Is that clipping? I can't actually tell. Oh, where's my ladder? We need an inspection. Oh, that's a clip. Oh, we could do better. 3 just seems super low. 1, 2, 3. This feels super low. The Phil Collins version of the song is... Oh my god. Oh my god, Cat.
Extra life.
Katrine! Alright,
Thanks,
Katrine.
Curator.
I know you're in the middle of the lows, and I would... Yeah. I think whenever I'm feeling low, helping others helps me. Katrine, you've been such an unbelievable supporter of this channel and this community for so fucking long. Thank you, thank you. Katrine, I don't know if you know that we're sending you multiple of these. $100 donation gets you the Extra Life ornament. I don't know if you saw Lazzy. Lazzy put a magnet on the back of hers and she put it on her fridge. There's a picture in the Picks and Merch channel of what Lazzy did. It's absolutely fucking amazing. She's got big brains. So Katrine, we're gonna send you the gold one and a blue and white one as well. I know. Well, listen, it's not a comparative tool. Every single dollar is huge. We build these bricks one at a time. You know what I mean? Katrine, you're amazing. So thank you. So first, I need to have you fill out me a form. It's for tax. It's for tax purposes. For tax purposes. You know the deal. You know the deal. All right, fill out me form now. Now, you get a wheel spin. All right, so Kat, this is your wheel spin. We've changed it. Every time you get $10,000, it spins the wheel again. Okay, so you can hit $10,000 10 times in a row. There's a lot of $10,000 on the wheel. Okay, medical waiver, power of attorney, you know, normal stuff. Katrine, there's all the money, there's all the bonuses to your bank. There's a $50 merch card. There's a desk mat. There's double your bank. Okay. Also, we need a mod to give Katrine her full donation in her bank as well. Glasses, sticker, graffiti, which is you get to put a sticker somewhere up on my screen here. A koozie, which is a taco koozie, goes a beer can or high noon or something like that. A taco hat.
Variable label is placing a hefty bet.
Or VIP for a month, or you get a walk-on sound. Desmat is the coolest. Recommend. Hey, Fapple. All right, Katrine, on this list, is there anything that you're hoping for? Jerry, thank you very much for hooking up, Katrine. Is there anything? Is there anything on this list that you're hoping for? Max is not. You can't take Max. I know they want you. They want to take you home. Can you imagine that, Max? Them taking you? He's like, well, do they have cookies? Katrine, you know the deal around here. If you want to, I can spin the wheel for you. All you have to do is you just have to tell me what to do. Just shrugs. I don't know. All right. Well, then we'll let the wheel decide, okay? Kat, if you would like to, just tell me to spin the wheel for you. I would give Max all the cookies. All right, you get 25,000 extra in your bank account. That's 25 more giveaway tickets. Now, Katrine, I'm going to tell you this. Just so you know, we have a disc plate coming up. I don't know if you're into a Steam Deck. Maybe you are. Maybe you're not. We have a disc plate coming up, and I also have another one of those taco cases on the way. Should be here in time. Okay, should be here in a couple of weeks. We will see. But those are also giveaways. So if you want, you can hold on to your money for those giveaways. Or you can jump into the giveaway that we have going on now. All of them is December 13th. That's when we're going to do all the giveaways. But it's just a matter of what you get your points into. So, Katrine, thank you for prioritizing others. I know you're in the middle of the shitter. I wish there was something I could do for you. If you have any ideas, got a song you want to hear, if there's anything, just let me know. Thank you for helping others. Appreciate you. All right, we got to figure out what we're doing over here for these pipes. All right, option B is here. 1, 2. I might like this one. No, wrong thing. This one.
Hello.
Savage! Do you remember the laptop you mounted in the back of the TV? I'm going to be taking that to the hospital with me after the surgery entertainment. Do you mean the birth? Right now it's just cuddles and waiting. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. It's all you can do, right? Just tell them they're a good kitty. Katrine's going through it right now. Hugs in chat for Katrine if you can. She could use a little extra. While always deserves, tonight more than usual. Fuck. Is that okay? Is that okay? That's okay. Oh yeah. You put pics in Discord? Pull them out. Name was Anna, right? On my Discord, I hope. Oh, I still get you on desktop mode, huh? It's a pro move. Oh. This is Anna. She's going through our, we believe, end of life. She's crossing over on the rainbow soon. Oh my God, she's so cute. So cute. Max, you want to give boops? You want to give boops, Max? Thanks for the boop. That's gonna be hard. We had to say goodbye to before Max, the other dog. It was the hardest thing. They shouldn't be part of our family the way they are, but can't help it. You know what I mean? Sorry. No, it's not SADS. It's not SADS. Gotcha. Is this a problem? 18. 18. Is it okay if she hangs out here? If you want me to take down, if it's too hard of a reminder. Not a problem. All right, you're riding with me tonight, Anna. I mean, are we 100% sure? Is she just going through some tough, or is it we know it's time? All right. Here's the other outputs. All right. This is a problem. That right there. What happened? I don't think I have big storages yet. Can I sneak this around? Can we move this? Say back here? %100% sure. It doesn't matter when. Yeah. Try coming down? You say try coming down. What do you mean? I just moved it back so it was in the way of that pipe. I mean, I can move this all the way over here. I mean, it might look cooler backed up more. Yeah, I don't know if I like the pipe supports there either. But it feels like it needs something, doesn't it? Maybe not. I don't know if it needs anything. Looks like the Joker's penis. Alright, that means you. We go around the back. Hey, why did my fucking flashlight go away? What? What's happening? Fuck you! Mercury vapors, you son of a bitch! Like, what the shit? Oh, too many. No, it's gonna be under here. Is that gonna clip? Nope. Nope. Alright, I don't know about this color. This color, the more I look at it, the more obnoxious it gets. I feel like I want to go even darker. And these pipes... That's not straight, is it? No, sir. It's not. What am I stuck on? Hi, Max. What's going on, buddy? I think it's that, right? You can make the junctions a different color, sure. What if... Maybe gray junctions?
Ouchtown, population you, bro.
Population you, bro. I don't mind that. No, that's cool. was a good recommendation. I actually just like the gray color. What? What? Never seen a guy in a pickle suit? Is there a flying cow? Do we want any sort of support? We going supportless here? Bad dog, what do you think? Better than the other ones, right? I want the other pipe. I want the one with the rivets in the side. Rally around the family. I don't know if it's necessary. You put in manufacturing cages? I cage fucking everything. Alright, now this is going to output fuel. Rally around the pocket. Alright, ooh, shells. Alright, a little bit more orange on the fuel. Maybe orange red. Alright, I have that one. That's too yellow, isn't it? Thank you. Cheers. City Rat, what's up, man? How you doing? How did you do getting your LLM up? Which one were you getting up? I forget which one you were working on. Black and purple have always been a good combo for me, but I'm not much of a designer. Yeah, if you guys have never done it before, a good resource, yeah. All right, I got you. You want a spicy? You have 3 going? Any favorites? All right, City Rat. Your question that you don't need to answer is this one. Boss fight. Everybody type exclamation mark join. All right, your question that you don't need to answer, City Rat, is this one. How old were you? How old was the youngest or oldest person you've ever hooked up with?
Hello.
And we don't need to know your age at the time. I mean, I would have said relatively 18. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would be the same, right? Dinkaroony. You ever see the color triad tool? There's a lot of these out there. There's a good one from Adobe. So this might be for anybody who's not good with colors or design or anything like that. This is a good thing to use. You could use triads here. Baka messed up. Gee, wow, look at that. The lineup was stacked. 18 is the correct answer. So color triads. What you could do is you could choose a color. Like say we're working with a purple. It will tell you what are some analogous colors in that same spectrum. Is it harmonic? It might be harmonic colors, right? So if I use this, whatever you want to call this here, this greenish color, those are harmonic, complementary in a triad, right? So same if we're here. These are just like design best principles, right? It may not. Yeah, we could do the math. This is a good one. See this color right here? It's like a slatey green. Let's try it. I think this is probably close to what we had. This gray. But then you could pull these midpoints out. All right, here you go. Try this one.
Hello.
Jelly! Ah, yeah, I see it. Thank you. It's all right. Here you go. The days after his assassination attempt, doctors tried to get James Garfield keep James Garfield alive by force feeding him beef, eggs, and whiskey through what? A, his anus, B, the bullet wound in his throat, C, feeding tubes, or D, needles to his gut. Guys, you have 30 seconds. Jelly, thank you, man. I'm gonna try this one, I think. $5X bonus, huh? Max, you can come in. Come on in. Why did they take off your gear? Correct answer is A. They try to keep him fed through his anus. GG. Max, you want to come say hi? You're going to come up and say hi? Are you going to come up? You going to come here? Can I take this off you? I can take this off you. All right, come here. Come here. Yeah, yeah. I got you. I got you. Max, you want to come say hi? Oh.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi. He's,
Guess what?
What?
I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
He is way too floofy.
What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English and what?
I can't hear you.
What? English, motherfucker! Do you speak it? Yes.
I can't hear you. I have this in. What's that?
He's not fluffy enough.
Oh, he's not fluffy enough? He seems pretty fluffy to me. What do you think, Max? Do you think we can give you a mohawk? Do you want a mohawk? Floof monster. All right, come sit down. I could use hair care product on him. Safe for people, safe for dogs, right?
You done messed up, Aaron!
You want to try to give him a mohawk? He's very floofy. Do you want a mohawk? Is that a bad idea? I think we could do that, right? Yeah, we could do that. All right, guys, stand up, stretch your legs. Let me, is it not? I'll use just a little bit, All right, go stretch your legs. Go grab a, by nub. Go stretch your legs, go grab a snack. Maybe be back here in a second. I'm just gonna go grab him something. Give me 1 second, be right back.
Hi, that sound is Dread looking left, isn't it?
I'm panicking! I'm panicking! I'm
Just go down the stairs.
I broke my leg!
That's the cock ring anniversary, if I'm not mistaken. I think you owe. Is it you owe me or I owe you a cock ring? We should get matching cock rings. Is what I'm saying.
Use the fire, and then it'll bring up like a pallet.
Oh right, okay.
Kron, Katie redeemed something. I don't know if you were here when that happened.
Timber, watch out, Kron.
All right, can somebody clip that for Katie? I think I fixed this clip.
That'll be fun. Oh, okay. Well, we're going this way. No, train don't give a fuck. Train don't give a fuck.
Tickets I've ever seen in my life.
I have a king size fleece on my main bed.
Yes, I got it at Costco.
Yep.
It's
Always
glorious.
get a size larger. It's glorious until you have to wash it, and it's like the only thing that can fit in the washing machine.
Well, that's why you normally use a sheet.
I'll get naked. How do you know we're not already naked, Catafly?
I've been naked this whole stream.
Yeah, I mean I am underneath of this, so electric blank.
Ugh. You fucking dick. Shep, you fucking dick master. God damn it, Shep! Stop it! God damn it! Fucking dick. You fucking shithead. So, a couple... I can get a man talking about nipples easy. All right, so Katie, we gotta get we get a trap. We have to trap live action Pixel in a van and drag him out of London. No, wait, no, different plan. Wait, scratch that from the record. I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say that. And did you spend 2,000 hours of your life building a factory? A year. I've been building this thing for a fucking year. All right, so how much do we have to deliver in 3 days?
Whoa, don't.
Bees! Bees! Why are there bees? Why are there electric bees?
I don't know.
Why did you run
I-
into the bees?
It might as well be a Viagra. Do not take Viagra with your dad. I'm just gonna put that out there. That just seems like a weird moment. So, I think Perf has a nice ass. I'm not gonna listen. Don't take it the wrong way, Perf. Right? Like,
No, totally take it the wrong way, Perf.
One, two, three.
Ooh.
That's it. Never again. Don't ask. It's never happening again. That never happened.
never happened. Never once happened. All right, Max, you ready? Step into the salon, Max. All right. So I didn't know what to grab. I ended up getting, I have some beard wax. I put it on my face for my beard. Smells like sandalwood. It's just a little bit. It's just a little bit. We're gonna see if we can get his hair to stand up a little bit. All right, buddy. And then you're gonna smell like sandalwood. There. Just a little bit. Hold on, wait. Boop. Come on, over here. Come on. No, stop it. You have to stay.
Hey, big hairy thing. Give me the nom-noms that are on your desk. I am a very good boy. I have not eaten any rabbit poop today. I am so very hungry, I think I might die. So hand them over, or I am going to shit in the hallway again and watch you clean it up.
All right, look over here. Look over here. There it is. There's a good boy. There's a good boy. Wait. No, keep looking forward. Good boy. Stay forward. That's the guy. That's the guy right there. That's it. He's gonna gonna try to lick the top of his head. He is. The bitch is be done with the Santa smell. All right. Not my hands smell like sandalwood. All right. Hold on. Wipe this off a little bit. You look smooth, buddy. You look smooth. I had them do that once before. I requested it, but the girls all poo-pooed it. They're like, no, it doesn't look right. I'm like, come on, you gotta give me something. You gotta give me something. Who gave you treats? Who gave you treats? I didn't see it. A bad dog gave you treats. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. He's a good boy. Just like that. Good boy. Here. You gotta have to degrease the caps. I'm wiping on my hands, yeah. Actually, you know what? I gotta redo my whole keyboard anyways. All right. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. We're back. Thank you. Cheers. Damn it! Do you ever get lost in building these cities? I often forget what is in what machines. That I'd probably say happens a lot. But getting lost... Yeah, like I think if I go to like the nuclear reactor right now, I wouldn't remember which building... like of the 3 buildings, which one was the refinery, which was the basics, and which one was the advanced stuff. Like I wouldn't remember that. Tinkerin, have you played a lot of Satisfactory? All right, we need power. Power is on this wall here. Only if there were signs, but I mean, how many times have the signs been up and I still get lost?
Hello.
Lackluster, meh. Not enough signs. It's fair. All right. So I think they should be middle of these, right? The power pole is in the front. I just don't know if you can see that. You think you would get lost? You know what it is, though, honest? When it's yours, like if this was anybody else's factory, I'd be as lost as the next fellow. But when it's your factory, you're like, oh yeah, no, I know where this stuff is. I wonder if the fuel here... Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's gonna get changed. That might be it. Now I gotta burn the fuel somewhere. Where do I put a generator? I think there's room up here. How much fuel is this gonna make? It's probably gonna make significant fuel. So, well, early we're not gonna make that much. I could use it to make recycled. Alright, for now, do we have fuel generation? We don't have fuel generation. How close is fuel generators? Do I have buffers? I have a couple fluid buffers. All right, for now we're gonna stick it in a buffer. We'll burn it later when we unlock it. It's not dumb questions. Not even close to a dumb question. Write them in a language you understand. They gotta come back more? Ugh. That one does. Oh shit. Variable label, thank you for the hat. All right, guys, we need some tunes. We need some tunes. Rip Morty. Morty's not dead. I was thinking about there's a new Google AI agent where the voices sound much better. I haven't played with it at all yet, but it's a new model. I was thinking about switching over to that. All right, for now, we only have the small containers. We don't even have packagers yet. Okay, there goes some fuel. So later we'll just throw a fuel generator down here, burn it. Yeah, I could petroleum coke it. I already built all the fuel generation though. I already built all this. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to flip this over though. It's right there. You're probably right. I was thinking it was just gonna be easier to burn it for the power, and I need power because like. Is this thing not on? You're on. Did we not hook up these? I don't have bottle tech yet. Alright, you have power. Oh, this guy down there doesn't. Yeah, as soon as we get the bottler, we can just bottle it too. And then just store it. But these should be... I don't even know. I haven't done any of the math. Alright, fuck you. Alright. This entire one is fucked up. Alright, what about you? You're working. Echo! Do you really? You remember it? Oh, that was so long ago. Alright, do we have signs? Oh, I need bigger signs. I gotta get the bigger signs. Hold on a second. Echo, you got a minute? Where's my fucking screws, man? I got something for you. They're not screws. Where are my screws? Here. No store? Oh, we could do an even better sign.
Hello.
10 signs? We don't have a... Oh, we don't have... This is lame. Lame. I don't have crystal oscillators. I don't have the ability to make manufacturers, do I? No, I don't have manufacturers. I can't make crystal oscillators. Imagine giving a shit. Imagine giving a shit about dark mode in this thing that's opened up 5 times the stream. 5 times the entire playthrough. Imagine. You look at it for 10 minutes. My eyes, they're so fragile. It's white. It hurts. All right. What are we doing? Well, Echo. I can't hand jam them. No. I don't know if you saw this, Echo. But we wanted to have something special. I mean, these are too small. Imagine flat banging chat 5 times a stream. Oh yeah, I do it all the time. I also wear sunglasses, so it helps. What am I looking for? Reinforced iron plates? No, this is not Northern Forest. This is grass fields, grasslands. Let's stand back. It's very flat. It's very flat. It's usually pretty good for building, except for all my nodes are randomized. So this is my starter factory. We have some basic iron coming in here. We just started putting up all these refineries. And we're just trying to skeleton out what the building looks like. I think we're going to have a lot of drones. So this is like a port for me to run all the resources up here for drones. I don't know if I'm gonna have to cover over the back here to make all this stuff. We're working on right now just getting the plastic and rubber up and online. This is the design motif. So we had to make a bridge to get water. So we put there's a lot of water up here on the top of the waterfall. We need. Oh. Mercury Vapors, that was close to a murder. That was very close to a murder. So we had to build a bridge that extended over. And so when I did it, I was like, oh, how do we make this look not terrible? So I made some suspension cables holding up the center bridge. And I really like this this braided cable look. Oh, no, don't even. Bastard. Thank you, Mercury Vapors. Oh, Echo. You don't even know. You don't even know. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. All right. Layout. I will make this better. This is just for now. It is the biggest one, right? I don't think this is going to fit. Copy settings. Settings copied. Edit settings. Paste. Welcome to. Paste. Paste. So I will make it better. I will make it better. But this is Echo Ridge parking. This is where the employees, we can actually drive our trucks down in here. Okay. Down here in the basement.
Hello.
We're going to put in parking spots. This is just for now. This is just for now. We're going to put in parking spots, and I'm going to sell VIP parking for donations. If anybody wants a VIP parking spot, okay, a $50 donation will get you the Extra Life ornament, VIP parking.
I was going to offer you some of my honey.
Yeah.
But now I see you are not worthy.
Your honey looked delicious, by the way, today, pal. Listen, Echo's gonna have a primo spot. We're gonna make sure he's got VIP, right? Right here. We'll get you a nice spot. Maybe I'll park you a cyber wagon here. Yeah, what I can paint. I don't think I have. I don't know if I have the ability to unlock that yet. this should work. It's a lot of tickets, though, man. It's 5 tickets for a gag. We also do need to get the customizer, the concrete, asphalt. I don't have a lot of tickets because I can't kill enemies.
Decoration and organization go hand in hand. Fix it HQ custodian, I always say. Use of these customizer features does not guarantee an aesthetically pleasing or user-friendly factory. That's the part that requires knowledge and skill.
Oh, buddy.
Extra life.
Oh, buddy.
Thanks, curator.
Brother. Echo, you are too fucking kind. Oh my god. Hey man, listen. Listen. I can take the sign down if it bothers you, but I appreciate you donating. Let me send you the message you need to fill out. I gotta turn off sharing desktop. That's not good. There it is. There's a bunch of money in his bank account. Send gift to Echo. All right, Echo, fill out that form because you donated $100. You're actually getting not just the blue and white one, but you're also getting the gold one. Lazzy Apples put magnets on the back and stuck them on our fridge. So I'm going to send you this one here and this one here. Thank you for the unbelievable, consistent support for all the sick kids here. Now, Echo, there's one more thing you get. Because you donated $100, we also give you a wheel spin. All right, so the wheel has changed a bit. If you get $10,000, you get to spin again, and you can hit $10,000 as many times as you would like. Okay, Echo, unbelievable support. Thank you very much, pal. Reformat C, it does not. But let's see what your wheel spin says. Echo, as always, brother. Thank you so much. Pseudo, that would work. All right, you got 10,000 in your bank. Let's spin you again. And then you got 25K. GG. GG. Echo, thank you so much, man. As always, unbelievable. And if you guys weren't catching it earlier, Farthest Frontier. Honest, I think it's gonna be my next side game. I think I wanna try to roll credits. I don't know if you can roll credits. I assume you can. Game is awesome. Echo was playing it today. It didn't look like you hated it. It was definitely things. Lots for
yeah. You have to go. Whee! That's how that works.
Echo, thank you so much, man. Let's see if we get your spot sorted out. Can we make trucks yet? I can. All right, Echo, we're gonna make you a truck. You're gonna have to choose your colors. We're gonna make you a truck. Give me a parking spot, you saucy. What do I need to make a truck? It's just motors. I just need modular frames. I don't even know where those are. I know there's some up there. All this temporary shit is getting ripped out. Do you want like a camo truck? Like choose 2 colors for your truck. I think we gotta put this on a pole maybe. Hold on, see what we can do. Black and orange. FFFC000. All right.
Tractors can use any type of fuel and have a self-driving feature, much like Pioneers, only more reliable. While driving, you can record a path to automate vehicle resource transportation. Unlike early self-driving vehicles, tractors will not spy on you. Your employee data is already fully subject to other means of surveillance.
FFF CCC. No, FFF000. And then all zeros. Pixel! Who put South? That's on the playlist.
Hello.
There she is, Echo. Echo driving a bee. Yeah, I did. We have Arc. I think we're gonna try to get some Arc Raiders going, Pixel. I know you've been looking to get into a ghost stream. Maybe that's a good one. Trying to twist some arms and see if we can't get some people. I'll get some lines up. I mean, if chat would allow me to go kill a couple of enemies. What do you mean just with the dosh? All right, we should have plenty of rubber and plastic now to. Oh, I got it. I got it when I bought my new GPU. All right, we should be able to push this now. Dosh cash, gotcha. Sorry, I don't speak British. All right, logistics Mach 4 fluid packaging. This is what we needed.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm.
Are we though?
Right, because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them.
We didn't though. We never established a sheep farm. You guys didn't want it. I couldn't understand it. Oh my god, that much? Okay. I think we get more copper.
I have a permit.
You have a permit too, Rumi? You think you have a permit?
This just says I can do what I want.
Oh shit, you do have a permit. Oh, okay. Echo, what did you get for dinner? All right, Bad Dog. Appreciate the comments.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Oh.
Maybe fuck yourself.
Shade, this cute little kitty here, that's Anna. That's Katrine Little Devil's kitty. She's not doing so great. She's riding sidecar for the stream. She just wants to hang out. She just needs all the pets. If you could just send a hug to Katrine Little Devil, like this. She may not even be here, but she still needs them. Go give Katrine all your hugs. She's snuggling Kitty for the last time. Lasagna, a Woodford and a Stella. Ooh. What am I getting over here? Beams? Steel beams? Yeah. It's tough, man. Tough. Oh, well, I forgot. Hold on.
Reached.
Hold on. You can get out. You can get out.
Embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only
Yeah.
for them to spread across your suit. Package and
I got it. You're good. You're good. Sorry about that.
Packaging fluids allows
Sorry
them
about
to
that.
be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
Petroleum power is right here, guys. The big buffer, everything we needed right here. Should unlock this one first. All right. Let's just go grab all those items. Motors, beams. Wouldn't it just clip? Shade, it would. But I live in a false reality where... okay.
So, I just found out Pixel and Taco are Steam official. I am taking my honey and going home.
Steam official?
None
We're
of my
officially
sweet
friends.
stuff for either of you.
Wait, what are you, wait, you're in it. It's a menage pixel or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, if Saturday night works, I know sometimes Saturday. Listen, I'm okay if you don't want to stream it either, and you just want to hang out and play. Dutch rudder, yeah, we're gonna go skiing. We go this way. We go this way, and then up and downs, up and downs. Time to space dock. What's this? That's a banger. All right, motors. Pixel don't miss. I got that. We gotta go get rubber. What's that? Oh, the car? Why's your car lit up? Motors. Banger. I think I can make more motors. I don't think it would be pissed. Why would they be pissed? You play whatever you want to play, man. If you think if you boot it up and you play it and you're enjoying it, why would they care? I don't think they would care at all. Those are the motors. All right, those are rotors. Stator. We both know. Yeah, listen, we both know they don't have much of a say. I thought you did good today. I don't know what your traffic numbers usually are on a Wednesday, but they look good.
Hello.
Hey, Otto, how you doing? What do we need to make more copper wire? Oh, Jesus. What's this? It's a ship bin? Where's the other ship bin I just put up? Not that one. Where was it? It was right over here, wasn't it? Yeah, it was this one.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god,
God.
this is an MMA fight, dude.
You
Too much.
twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god.
The old dick twist. Look, honestly, this is what I always think. If you're having fun, everything's fine. It's when you aren't enjoying the game you play, that's when I feel like the streams aren't the best. Not yours, mine. I'm only talking about me. All right, we're back. All right, you make more. So this is what I do. I don't build like complex logistics right now. It's so much easier just like run, grab all that. That's automated. Well, the first level is automated. Second level, not automated. Yeah, there you go. Make a bunch more. All right. What am I doing? I'm sticking this in the mem. Not the mem. Just rock. It pixel normal stuff. Just pixel. Just find jams pixel. Yeah, I have to enjoy the game. Yeah. And if you're having a fun time, everybody's gonna have a fun time. I understand
Milestone
there's a limit
reached.
to that for sure.
It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available.
Nice.
Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered
Oh,
generator.
Caterium. Okay.
Your
I thought she said
research into
Paterium.
this element
What the
was
fuck?
valuable. In fact, you in particular
That's
are
fine,
my
said
most
it.
valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that. It
Oh,
would
see?
be bad for morale.
All right, I need Caterium. I don't think I'm processing any Caterium at all. We're going to do that downstairs. I'm going to go throw a couple of... Where's downstairs? Here. Okay. Keep processing. All right, I need to quickly turn some Caterium into wire. Missing reinforced iron plates. Those are upstairs. No, you play what you want, man. We went pretty slow. 60 hours. The part that I really like, Echo, is this over here. This kind of influenced the entire... Wait, where am I? My bridge is my baby right now. This right here. These I think I want to push these in a bit more. Hold on. Stop it! Stop it! What are you doing? Stop fucking with my shit! Mercury Vapors, what are you doing? God damn it. And now I don't want to go across the bridge. No new gremlins are here. So I want to clean these up a bit. I got to figure out the right way to kind of get this and that to interface. But we had to build... Sorry. I had to build a pipeline bridge. And I'm like, how would a real engineer do this, right? They would use the tension cables, and then these are anchored in. So I saw this and I'm like, oh, that feels like a good vibe for feels like a good vibe. What is this? Oh, no, I was talking about the pipe collar. So this is a blueprint here. So this is the top of the waterfall. And the oil is all the way down there. And I just slapped a bunch of these things down. At what point do you do away with the challenge and just play? I'm putting my vote on phase 5. Oh my god, stop it! Jesus fucking Christ! Can you please, for the love of God, stop fucking with the microwave? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I'm sure I'm just gonna get annoyed. Like, I forgot what it was. Is like we were saying earlier. It's like I need more tickets, and I've already sunk so much into this sink. It sounds dumb to say it that way, but I've already put so much into the sink. It doesn't make sense for me to try to do it with points, right? Like, it doesn't make sense for me to do with points. I need to make protein and sync the protein. The problem is I can't use a weapon. I can't use weapons, so I can't kill animals. And because I can't kill animals, there's no way for me to get more tickets. All right, we were coming up, like, I might have a couple of DNA drops. I don't even know where they would be. Under the stairs, maybe? It is a banger, Pixel. 100%. What do I have? I don't have any. I don't have any alien parts. You give me some protein, ship it. You won't. I honestly don't think I have any. I'm looking for maybe a bin that might have a couple of pieces in it. There's some nuts over there. There's nothing in there. I think I maybe killed 2 or 3 guys this entire run. Make it brisket? Oh, let's go. Oh, different song. I was waiting for a drop. I checked my butthole twice. There was nothing of note in there. All right. So anyways, what do I need to do next? Ship the next comes back in 2 minutes. What's the next thing we're shipping? That got you good too. Yeah, I was expecting a drop. Oh, look at this big boy. Oh, Echo, you want the big boy? Yeah, we're gonna give Echo the big boy instead. That the baby truck. The director of this factory does not drive the little truck. We gotta give Echo the big boy. Echo, have you even seen the big truck yet? It's so cool. Are you sure you can even see into the forest? Maybe Nacho needs to get in there with the weed whacker.
Hello?
I like a little forest. Sally, what's up? Kitty, I know. This is Anna. This is Katrine Little Devil's kitty. She's riding the rainbow.
God, Jesus fucking Christ!
Everybody give Katrine Little Devil a hug. She needs them. Everybody hug. She needs them. You're in phase 4? Tier 4?
Goodies hacking cute.
Yeah, so you already got this. You've already shipped phase 3? You've shipped phase 3? Yeah, and it gets cuddles, you just pass them on. Alright, do we have 400 frames? No. Do we have 300 beams? No. Do we have 200 rubber? You sure do. Alright, let's go get some more. Oh, we were gonna make wire. I need a machine to make me some wire. Where do I want to stick it? Where do I want to stick it? Right over here is fine. Organization, put up. Oh my god, what do I have? Here, take this whole bin. Alright, out left. Maybe I'm missing steel beam. Go pour a whiskey, let's do it. Ada got snarky. Did you do that on stream? Did I miss all that? I forgot how far you... I know you did all the recycled rubber, but... Did you stream it at all after that? Come on. Give me a fucking normal belt. Really, no wire? $12 per minute. That'll shoot pretty quick. All right, we needed 400 frames. I have these automated over there, so it's not been did on stream. After that was when it burned out hit. You want me to do what? Eat my butt? What? Since the challenge was completed, he has not played it again. So what I'm hearing is you let humanity die. Yeah. Shay, do you Satisfactory? I don't know if I've ever seen anything you've made in the game. I think I have some of these up there, yeah. You fumbled the bag? I don't think I've ever heard that. Oh god, we need still another 100. Alright, that's it. Pull this down. You're done. Well, I needed that wire. Okay. Nuclear is a fun run. Alright, ship it. I am missing trains, though. I'm gonna be honest.
Milestone reached. The transportation of resources can reach new heights of efficiency.
All right.
With the Mark IV belts and lifts, the truck, but even more importantly, your effort.
I think I'm gonna make a
large and
fuel
complicated
gens.
vehicle like the truck should come easy to a well-trained pioneer such as you. They are an obvious improvement over tractors concerning industrial purposes. Improvements for personal use were not measured.
I currently have Mac that I can play in here. Oh, okay. You have to play side with the best. Okay, that's fair. Is this even the type of game you would play? All right, I think this is the only place that's making a case beam, so I think I do want to spend a minute to refill it. I don't have steel pipes. Store all. Dinker. Take that. Take that. Why are you going? Ah! No, wrong thing. That one. Tic-tac-toe. Okay. You're ripping and gripping. You're good to go. All right, what's next sector? All right, we're on industrial manufacturing. We can ship this one too. Manufacturers, computers, heavy modular frames, trains that I can't run, signaling, pipeline, Mach 2. We need this. This way we can get more oil. Why don't I have DDs yet? Good question. I have a couple of them. Well, I have a couple of the Mercer spheres. Honestly, Mercer sphere hunting is the only reason why I don't. It's actually a good shout. It would save me running around a bunch. Where did I put all my Mercer sphere? Did I put those under the I have a dismantle crate over here. on just under. Ah, here's some stuff. It's a dismantle credit. I can't add to it. What do we have in here? We have 11 hogs, 2 spitters. That's probably it. That's all the DNA I have. What's in this? No, here's some more. That's it. That's the extent of all of the animals I've murdered. You. All right. Fine. Fine. I also can't handcraft anything. So if you want to make something, you got to make it in a machine. Oh, actually, you know what? Wait, don't. I haven't done any of the research. I have to do the research so I can get the capsules. I don't think I can make capsules yet, right? Yeah, I haven't researched capsules yet. Someone should get me DNA. I mean, I could go kill stuff, but as soon as I whip out my taser, it gets removed from my hands. Oh God, how do I get capsules? Do I have to unlock all of them? I definitely don't have any of those.
The remains researched belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of the flying crab, the most mature of which hatch when threatened. Hatcher remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving pioneer safety during exploration. The remains researched belong to an organism that tends to nest near objects emitting specific types of resonance. Spitters are called as such due to their ability to create and spit plasma across long distances. Spitter remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving pioneer safety during exploration.
All right, do I have any biomass anywhere? No, I'd have to make this. Dinner's in the oven. How's those mushrooms? No power. What? Good, it's only a half gram. Fuck you. Mercury Vapors, fuck you. Little bastard. You little bastard. Hog remains. Hatcher. He's been fucking with me all night. He's trying to kill me. We will still do it. If I at least 15,000. If you murder me, $15,000 in your bank account. If you can murder me. It's tough to do when I'm in the factory, but it's possible. All right, now we have to. Oh, I'll take all this too. Now we have to go unlock.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for Fix-It coupons at the Awesome Sink.
All right.
We
With this,
guarantee
we're
the
going to get
best
Echo's
capsule to coupon
parking
exchange
spot
rate
all
anywhere
topped
on
off.
this
We'll get all the
planet.
lines. Let's see if I can get like a decal to put in the front. Park his big ass truck. Echo, what kind of car do you drive? What do you think Echo drives? I think he drives something sensible, manly. It's dark colored. I'm going to say it's not a truck. It's not a truck. It's an SUV. A fuck off truck? No, it's not a fuck off truck. F-150? F-150 would be like pretty classic. It's probably something like a Honda, like a Ridgeline. A Prius? No, not a Prius. I think like a Honda Ridgeline. Does he roll coal? No, he doesn't. No, he's not an asshole. Can you take slugs and turn them into alien DNA? It's an F-150. Oh, really? What color? Black. Nice. We sink him. We sank him. All right, give me tickets.
Hello.
That's it, huh? I mean, I'll take 11 tickets. But there's so, like, you can still get so many's. All right, because I am bougie and need my first heated world seat. Yeah. Charcoal gray. I almost bought a, what do they call it? Gunship gray Durango. It was like this really, oh, come on, let me find it. So we ended up getting a black version of this right here. This color though, I don't know why I like this color. It looks like a battleship. We have a black one of these. That is Nacho's car. Yeah, it's almost like a primer gray. It's a nice car though. Yo, Memo!
Welcome to the party, pal!
Yo, Memo, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Everybody here, if you don't know Business Memo, what you do is you take your finger and you slide it right up onto that follow button, and then you click it. Everybody, welcome. How you doing? Happy motherfucking Wednesday. Something Business Memo raid. Warren, Rose in the Rain, Salad. Hi. I'm doing much better. Yeah, yesterday I was like tired, and like so the kids had been like half sick, half not sick for the whole week, and then like just yesterday I was like, right after, like it was like around 4:30, I'm like, I just have no energy. I'm like, I can't stream like this. I laid down. I set my my alarm clock for an hour, and I'm like, take a nap for an hour, wake up, go kick ass. I woke up and I was just like, nah. So I. Wait. Prostate play this? I mean, sometimes. Coffee, what's up? How you doing? All right, everybody that came in with Memo, welcome in. If you don't know who I am, my name's Taco. This is a charity stream. It means all bits, all subs, all donations always goes to the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Everybody, type ! join. You want to get into this pit? This is a dungeon. The Fungeon. In the Fungeon, there are merch codes that you can use to get more giveaway tickets in our giveaway. What giveaway do you talking about, Taco? Oh, I wasn't supposed to move my mouth. We're giving away a Steam Deck on December 13th. Don't need to be here to win. If you're in North America, what you can do is you can go type ! enter the words Steam Deck and the word Max. So enter Steam Deck Max. Get all your money in your... I gotta unfuck myself. Everybody get all of your money. Get all of your money into the giveaway. There's no reason why not to. Hey, Wonderwell, what's up? How you doing? Wait. Did you stretch me? Wait, did I get a wet and stretch? No, I didn't. I thought I got wet and stretched. Oh, I did. What chaos? Wonderwell. Just like Hellwalker did. Just do what Hellwalker did. Wonderwell. I did.
Sure
okay.
about that?
I did. I am.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
I am sure about that. All right. Everybody who came in, make sure to type ! Enter Steam Deck Max. Don't need to be here to win. If you win, I'll find you down. I'll track you down. I'll find you down. I'll track you down. Have you fill out a form for me. I'll ship it to you.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm.
Yeah.
Right? Because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them.
You did a while ago. One went off just... Okay. Wonderwell. Thank you very much for the taco party. Everybody grab a taco. These all backed up? No power. That's okay. We're only using 2 of these. They're backed up with heavy oil. All right, we need to burn.
I'm gonna fucking run. I have socks on.
I have
so
socks.
I'm gonna do like
Yep.
I'm gonna do like the cartoon things where I run in place and it's gonna make that wacky sound.
Yep. It's gonna make that wacky sound. We were coming down here to get. I made some Caterium. What are you? What are you? Okay, well first I want that. But where's the rest of the Caterium? Wait, Dick already. Come on. It's not like that. There. There it is. Alright. Do we have heavy modular frames? I might have 50 heavy modulars. Sebastian, what's up? Tearing down the stream set. Yeah, get out. I'm sorry. I should have told you to get the fuck out of here. Kiki.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
What do you mean, piece of shit? What do you mean? All right, we need to burn some fuel. How many fuel generators? 1? Oh, my God. Jesus. Can I fit 2? Probably not. More reason why to expand this.
Hello.
Hey, fuck you, dude. What's up,
Hello?
man? How you doing? Hashin. What's up, you glorious bastard? Hey, Ben. Is it there? It's there. No. Oh, come on! Jesus! Mercury vapors! Fucking mercury vapors!
Welcome to the party, pal.
How am I supposed to know which hole to use? Can you stop it? Hey, Booty, what's going on, man? How you doing? Everybody, welcome, man. Hi, Booty. Booty. Welcome. Use all the holes. Everybody coming in with Booty. My name's Taco. This is a charity stream. Hope you had a great stream, brother. How you doing? Everybody here, if you do not know my friend Shaky Booty, go hit that follow button. You will not regret it at all. He's a glorious bastard. He's got the best vibe in the world. Honestly. I love the vibe that Booty gives off. Everybody that came over with Booty, my name is Taco. This is a charity stream. We stream for the sick kids of Boston Children's Hospital. Couple of notes, okay? We do have a giveaway going on December 13th, and you should be prepared for it, okay? It's a Steam Deck, okay? This is so you can play all your video games on your handhelds, okay? So 256 gigabyte version. It was gifted to the channel by a Soin Kiji, also known as Soin Claus. Every year he sponsors a great holiday prize. We're gonna have other prizes in the giveaway, but now if you live in North America, okay, and you would like a chance to win this, you just got a free ticket. Booty gave you all a ticket, okay? So the least you could do, everybody here, okay, who's hanging out with me, the least you could do is follow Booty for being kind.
Goodies hacking cuties.
Okay, and everybody came in with Booty. The best thing you should do is go type the word enter space Steam Deck, because you want to get in the Steam Deck giveaway, and then the word Max. Just like Dave T just did. Enter Steam Deck
Goodies
Max.
hacking cuties.
Booty, how was your stream? What were you guys up to? Timberborn. Oh, no, that was... You were playing Satisfactory.
Oh,
Nice.
Taco. Variable Label is placing a hefty bet.
There you go. Booty. Okay. It's North America only, but Booty, if you win it, we'll figure out how to get it in your hands, okay? Okay, sounds good. We'll figure it out. Booty, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. Thank you for launch Skynet. Okay, listen. Can't be worse than what's fucking going on these days. Mercury Vapors. I'm a little upset. I'm a little upset that you decided to put all these holes in the floor. Okay? I will delete them later when you aren't here. The stream was great. Got working out a Subnautica theme build. Nice. Can you have me instead? You sure can, pal. All right. How do I get downstairs? Where's my downstairs? Just this place? No, there has to be a closer one. Yeah, this one right here. Fuck! Which hole do I gotta use? Mercury Vapors! Mercury... Wait, looks like Echo's parking garage factory? Does it? Oh, welcome to Echo Ridge Parking. This has to move over. I'm gonna get better signs, don't you worry. This is center right here. So I copy this sign, move it over. And this sign, copy, paste. I'll get better signs up here. Use all the holes. I'd ask the wife, go see the sign. Echo, if you would like a parking spot, if you donate $50 or more to sick kids, I'll make you a parking spot as well. We have to upgrade Echo, though. That is the wrong truck. Echo deserves the big boy. This is Director Echo's truck. There you go, Echo. How's that, pal? He deserves it. This is Director Echo Ridge. This is a lot of fun to drive around. All right. We are burning fuel. We are trying to burn fuel. The fuel is in this pipe here. Buddy, what are you doing? Can you get out of here? All right. What can I do? I don't know if this is right, but we're gonna do it. Is that straight? I trapped him? He's been... He trapped himself, to be clear. Mushy! GG. That looks straight. No, it's not.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude.
It's an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
The old dick twist.
Hello.
That's the there and hypocrisy. Multiverse Nomad, what's up, man? How you been? I think it's this one and maybe that one. I think. This is probably too low. Why are there so many pipe bulbs? You might want to ask Mercury Vapors that question. So we use a platform called Dixper, which allows anybody the ability to grab control of my keyboard and push buttons. Mercury Vapors did that, and I was... Oh my god. Yeah, you just keep doing that. You just keep doing that. Constant Conrad, you too, pal. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? My name's Taco. This is Constant Conrad. Conrad's playing Satisfactory. Conrad's a fucking legend. I don't know if you guys know this. Everybody, please go hit the follow button on Constant Conrad. Yeah, I'm getting a ton of raids today. It's because I usually don't stream on a Wednesday. Wednesday is not my stream night. Usually stream on Tuesdays. Yesterday, I didn't feel great. I took a day, took a knee. I went to bed, slept the entire time, feel much better today. Conrad, thank you for the raid, brother. How you doing? You followed your favorite booty here? That's fair. That's fair. Everybody follows that booty. Everybody here, if you don't know Conrad, go hit the follow button. If you don't know me, my name's Taco, charity stream, Boston Children's Hospital. We raise money so Sick Kids Days ain't so fucking shitty. We also have a giveaway happening on December 13th. If you're at all interested, live in the North America region, all you need to do is type -- enter Steam Deck Max. I didn't even tell you what the giveaway is. It's a Steam Deck. So please, Conrad gave y'all a ticket to the giveaway just by showing up and by saying hi in chat. You got $1,000 in your bank account.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Goodies hacking cuties.
Everybody that got $1,000 in your bank account by saying hi, welcome in, welcome to the stream. Use your money in the giveaway. That's the only thing that money is good for is for our giveaways. Okay, like I said, the Steam Deck is for North America only. Shipping it across out of the country is going to cost more than it's worth.
Variable Label is placing a hefty bet.
Thank you very much, Variable Label. Good luck. Do not waste your money as Variable Label has, because it's absolutely going to fail right now, and all that money is going to go away. Sound. You lost all of that money. That's not what you want to do. That's not what you do. That was 10 giveaway tickets right there. Every giveaway ticket's $1,000 bank dollars. Variable Label just threw 10 tickets away.
Old Taco. Kaisa_Kabad is placing a hefty bet.
Yeah. He lost that $10,000. Just like Kaiser and Geeky are about to lose their $10,000 too. It's going to make that same exact noise twice in a row. Ready? See, just 2 more people just lost 10 tickets each. Don't do what they did. Okay, type ! enter the word Steam Deck and the word Max. Okay, Conrad, if you need to raid and run, take care of yourself or others, please go do that. Thank you very much for the raid. Like I said, this is a charity stream. If you would like to support the charity, we have 2 extra incentives right now. This is Extra Life. We have these ornaments. See this thing right here? Community member printed a bunch of these for me. And basically, this is the Extra Life logo. You can see here. You can hang this on your tree through the hook, or somebody in the channel actually put a magnet, hung it on their fridge. So if you're at all interested, if you donate, you get money in your bank account. You can spin our silly wheels, all the things. We have more giveaways coming. December 13th is going to be a fun stream. But you don't need to be here to win. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking... Did you need to fart right in my mouth? All right. Mercury Vapors, just so you know, I am not going to keep all these pipes here. I love your suggestions, okay? But that's not what we're trying to do, okay, pal? Thank you very much for trying, though. Okay? What we are going to do is this is excess heavy oil. We're going to try to burn it off in a generator, which I think is hooked up here. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this pipe and that pipe. I think those are the two pipes. We will see in a second when we go upstairs and we see it working and or not. Is that weird? Why does that look weird? Why does that look weird? Is it wider over here than it is down there? It feels like it is. No, it just looked like it. Crestmeister, hi! Molnix, oh, okay, you changed your username. Yeah, I got some more stream time. What is it? I got at least another hour and a half. Force perspective. It might have been because I was on the slope. No, the wrong color. Wrong color. This one. I figured, they're not plugged into the grid, so that's why I may not be hearing them. All right, let's see if we paint the holes we think it is. We think it's that one, and we think it's that one. That one. Let's see. Fuck. All right, we got it right. These were test holes. Test holes. Kind of like testicles, but test holes. Okay. Alright, a little extra power is going to go a long way. We're just running some measly coal at this point. Where do I plug this in?
Hello.
Oh, I fucking plugged them in the bottom. Plamp! How you doing, Plant? How you doing? What's new? Don't cry. Don't cry. Mercury Vapors, don't cry. It's fine. I'm gonna leave the holes. I'm gonna leave the holes, Mercury Vapors. You don't need to cry. Okay? Mercury Vapors is making use of Dixper, which is a interaction platform. Think crowd control, but on steroids. Okay? I just gotta plug you in somewhere, guys. I just need to plug you in downstairs. Fuck it. All right, Geeky, have a great one. You got been getting your ass handed to you in Fortnite? What are we doing? What's happening? Oh, we're playing a stealth game. We're ducking. Okay, we're gonna hide. We're gonna hide. Who are we hiding from? Who are we hiding from? Okay, they went away. Sweet. Thank you. I still want to play Fortnite as a community with streamers and their kids. I think that'd be a lot of fun. All right, can I plug in anywhere down here? Yeah, I got a power cable right there. Middle. Middle. No connect. Fucker. Alright, how much These are running 20 per minute. All right, let's do a little math. Stream math, guys. Now, at some point, these are going to overflow. All right, so I'm making 20 per minute here. I mean, if we overflow sync, which we don't have overflows yet. I mean, I could just routinely empty this thing. All right, here's what we want to do. 40 per minute. How much heavy oil do we need for 40 per minute? 60 heavy oil will be 40 per minute. So we can run one of these bad boys and we'd be fine. One of these would be maxed, okay? But how much am I actually making? I mean, I could make easily more than that. I mean, these pipes are full. I mean, why wouldn't I? Well, I have a place to burn it. Maybe we scale this operation up. Maybe we take this entire roof area, extend it over. I mean, we need power. How about better yet? How about... So I was going to extend, oh, I do have some batteries. I've got maybe like 10 of them under the floor here somewhere. Yeah, I've got probably like, it already saved my ass today. I've got probably maybe an hour's worth of battery. So I was going to double my coal power generation. Each coal plant is 75. So what do we end up with? 24. It's 1800. Yo. Okay. How about this, guys? Why don't I just pave this up over here? I didn't have a plan for this. Why don't I just pave this, put in a bunch of fuel generators, max out our plastic, now the only thing is at some point plastic's gonna back up and our power is gonna go down until I can get smart splitters. All right, Toulon, you ready? You're gonna do it with me? You're gonna be brave? Wait, do I have a Mercer Sphere over here? Where the fuck is it? It's in the tree? Legitimately, there's been a Mercer Sphere next to my base the entire time I didn't pick it up. I hear it. Yeah, we definitely do that if you were good. I would just sell the game and they would just be mad at me. What do you mean? They would probably love playing with you. I would. All right. Question time. No. Question time. Here. Have you ever had breakup sex? Of course. Well, I guess like the day you break up? No. Like shortly after, get like a booty call? Yes. I don't know if that's technically breakup sex. What about you, Toulon, Twitch? Is there a sphere here? You hear it, right? Where is it? Oh, fucking right here. I knocked it over.
Look through the window. Your mimic tapestry grows in the shallows of the clouds, but not through the windows. What is your root?
I have no roots, nor do I operate on windows. But perhaps you mean something akin to the human saying, my point of origin is Earth. I was created by specific individuals of the human race.
Incompatible music.
Did I say something wrong, or did you not understand?
You cannot be shallow deep. The ripples you cast into the void have no skin.
It seems I may have said something paradoxical. Interesting.
I don't want to cut those trees down. All right, how many can we get in here? I think we can get 10? 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 12. I can get 12 in here, I think. Sure you have yeah, so that's the idea. So the idea would be is for streamer friends of mine who have kids who play Fortnite to get either parents versus kids or to break up the stream teams into, you know, multiplayers. Like, my kids don't play a ton, but I'm sure you guys have a couple ringers, you know what I mean? So it might be cool to do. I've talked about doing this a few times. I know not everybody could do it because not everybody has multiple, like, streaming rigs in a house, so that might be difficult. BRB, more whiskey, let's fucking go. Maybe a week or two, something says it's too long, yeah. What are these kids you speak of? Build or no build? That's a great question, a crew. A crew. I'm probably go no build, but I think you let the kids define. You know what I mean? Because, like, I feel like, at least with me, I think my kids would just love to be a part of stream in a way that they normally can't. And to be fair, I don't think my kids are on voice comms or anything like that. Parents wouldn't last in build. I'm 26 and don't last in build. Go no build all the way, so you enjoy. Shade says, now I want to make a hot toddy. A hot toddy, let's go. It'd be fun though. I think it'd be cool. All right, so now we gotta get the fuel up here. If I brought it up here, if this is my hole to fill. Okay. Let's turn these off. Okay. Let's what do I need? What do I need? More motors? Uh-oh. What was the gap in between? It was right on him. Nah, I can space him out a little bit. Operators, yeah. So that I think is gonna be fun. I'm shocked there's not there's no way to get a key. I don't like how it's right to the edge, but I could put like, oh crap. I could put a little lip on this. All right, so the new number is 12. Arc Raiders won't. Have you played it? All right, how many motors? There's 6 each, so 24. Ah, doing the service lamp. Nice. Yeah, I just got a new GPU and they sent me a copy. I don't have a way to get up here. All right. I've been trying to figure out what I'm doing up here with this. This doesn't make sense. I thought it was funny, or not funny. I thought it was cool, but now it's not. We need a reliable way to get up there to maintain these bad boys. Are you going to be right inside of that? You are. All right. Better yet, let's switch you up to be one of these bad boys. Okay. You're coming down here. Maybe I can't do those. Maybe it's not this side. So the game in this game, Satisfactory, I usually have a jetpack, a hover pack, and all sorts of stuff. Chat took those away from me. I don't get them this time. I'm angry about it. I'm a little bitter, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. All right, let's do one. Let's do a churny boy. 12 hours of that weekend could probably have doubled it if we didn't have other commitments. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, I didn't give it a wing yet. Looking forward to it though. There's some mystery stairs down here. All right, that gets up here. Ah, what am I doing? All right, now we have a way to walk up here. All right, we got the motors. We did. Oh. All right, I can probably push these back comfortably. Are you right on the edge? No, you got a foundation edge. All right, I guess it's fine. All right, these have to line up though. Jameson. Oh, you guys are... Oh my god, more rubber? Alright, how am I going to get this up there? Alright, don't tell Mercury Vapors I'm deleting all these halls. I know they were very proud of their artwork. Alright. So the fuel is being made in here. It's downstairs. How do I want to get it over there? To Uranus. I can come down this wall. Yeah, that would work, I think. Wait, cat cam? Since when? Not cat cam. This is Katrine, Little Devil's cat. She's a good girl. She's riding the Rainbow Highway tonight. So we were just hanging out with her name's Anna. It's just a picture of Anna. Little homage. I was just gonna say, I don't mind the bend. Here it is. Oh my god, so much better. I don't like how it's positioned down, but that's okay. Thank you for hooking up Kutai with a taco. No, give me a good bend. Give me a good bend. No clippy, good bend. I think that's clipping. I think that's clipping. All right, let's move it forward. Okay, that's good. Okay, there... I might need a pump on this. What is this? All right, Mox, let's see what you got. What is your favorite tool to plan, calculate factories? I've seen 3 to 4 ones, but I want to know the best one. The best one is the Satisfactory Modeler that's on Steam. Do you know that one? It's this right here. This is the best one. I haven't run it in a while, so it needs an update. But it's basically on your computer. It doesn't require like a web connection. It doesn't like get all the weird like performance issues related to the web browser. It's got its own. It's definitely more you have to do it. Like the online tools, the calculator, it will do it for you. But if you want to clean it up, it's impossible. It's impossible. This is the preferred tool. My preferred tool. Thank you for asking. All right. Fuel should be draining. Power is the one piece that might not be connected. It was always complaining about not having power. Mark is going for the Latin vibe tonight. Where's the truck port? Where's the bench access down here? Can you burn that? Sure can. Good go to sleep music? The Latin vibe? Really? Alright. Oh, you know what? I forget how shallow these pumps go.
Me thinks you are special.
Oh.
Me gives loves to chat.
Oh.
Good night. More.
Echo, I love you, pal. Have a great fucking night, man. Thank you for being here. You're a legend. Everybody, if you're not following that legend, stop fucking up. Alright, fuck this. I'm just gonna go get the better pump. To get the better pump, I just need to push the tech tree one more time. Where is my ma'am? Not the ma'am. Ooh, okay. Might not have 50 heavy modular frames. Might have some. Why would I have 50? I have 53! Sweet. Are you gonna build your first ever aluminum factory? Fluid byproduct called aluminum solution, which would not have any use for me at the moment. No, the aluminum solution is what you need. You can't make aluminum without the aluminum solution. The aluminum solution that goes to a machine gets turned into scrap aluminum, and then the scrap aluminum gets turned into ingots. So you make the alumna from bauxite and water to make alumna. Then the alumna goes to the scrap and a water byproduct. The water byproduct is the pain in the ass. Mox, catch you later, buddy. The water byproduct is the pain in the ass. You should be able to feed it into the bauxite, but getting the ratios just right, always a pain. I would say if you can get like a recipe like wet concrete, just make wet concrete and then sink it. From what? The alumna solution? It's not aluminium. It's have you ever played this game, Coffee? I haven't unlocked it yet. I'm back. Talking music talking man. Okay, that's fair. All right, let's grab. Yeah, diluted fuel. No, it's a different thing, brother. It's a different. I have to push the tech tree. If I push the tech tree, I can show you. It's spelled AULMNIA. It's a made up. I do believe it's a made up It's a made-up chemical in this world. It's not anything real. I think it's only a satisfactory concept. Actually, maybe it's not, and I don't know of it. Yeah, Alumina. Fixonium is real? Get out of here. Really? Is Fixonium real? No, okay. Yeah, no, I'm not having a stroke or anything like that. Maybe I am, but not because of that. Aluminum oxide. Is it really? Oh, nice.
Milestone reached. Pipelines and
Hello?
pipeline pumps can now be upgraded to Mark II. They are like Mark I, but better. Pipes seem to be objects of fascination to humans. In fact, there are reported instances of humans doing nothing but thinking about pipes for hours.
Get into the giveaway. Kai Butzad. Oh my god. I have 0% chance I nail that one. Cubes. All right. Cubes Zad. Cube Zad? Cube Zad. Aluminio? All right, copy. Cubes! All right. Welcome in, Cubes. How you been? What do I need for a pump? A Mach 2 pump. Okay. I have it. Maybe I just put it up here instead. Seeing that the refinery is right there, I don't need the pump this low. Okay. I'll just put one on this. It's used as metal polish. Oh, okay. We don't have power up this high, do we? Nailed it. I hope I win it because it's my birthday. Taco, Winifred, could I answer what? Okay, wait. So if I understand this correctly, satisfactorytools.com will do the calculations for you, and the Steam app modeler will leave the math and calculations up to you. After you do the math, you can put the plan down there. The modeler will do the math for you. Hold on, let me update it real quick. I'll run it real quick just to show you. It will do it for you, but you manually have to do it. It's not really manual. Here, let me start it.
Hello.
Hey, Wolf, what's up? How you been? It takes a little getting used to. So what you do is you say, hey, what do I want to make? Right? Say I want to make aluminum, I don't know, say aluminum scrap. Okay? So you say, like, I'm going to make aluminum scrap, and it will say, hey, you need the alumina solution, right? And then you also need, what is this, coal? Right? Right, you need those two things. And you will then output 180 of these. Well, you can say, like, oh, actually, I want to make, I don't know, 20 of this, right? Aluminum agate. And then we say aluminum casing. Okay. It will do all of these calculations for you. Now, if you wanted to change this output, what is it? Title, parts per minute. Okay. And then you can say, hey, I want, is it this one? Okay. And this will tell you now you need input. Wait. Why is this not working? Why can't I set it to 200 parts out? Why is this not outputting correctly? Oh, the coal. That's right. I forgot. Just delete that. There's like, you could just take it from a bin instead. Like a storage container. This will tell you you need 150. Thank you. So this will do all the math for you. Right, that was telling me I was limited because I only had one coal output. So I only had one miner making coal. But if I do this, it just works. It just tells you need 150 coal. Right, this tells me that I need 300 bauxite, which will make the 300 Lumia solution, which will make 450 scrap, which will turn into 300 ingots, which will turn into 200 casings. Wolf Brother, welcome in. Yeah, it's just so weird that it makes you do that, but point taken. You could also have it come into a train. So, according to this body, if I play this game this way, these are the amount of raw resources available to me. I want to make this product, maximize my resources, tell me what the most, yeah. So instead of doing what I just did, right, where I chose the output, right, you do what the game wants to do that, right? You can say, hey, I've got this coal, I have that coal, and I have this coal, right? And you can see here, it's actually doing that calculation for you. Now you can say, hey, this is a miner Mach 3, clock speed. You can say this one's 200, right? So you can set your resources the way that you want, the way that you're doing it, and this will tell you what you can make. It will tell you need 600. You have 600 byproduct water, and that right now you don't have this 1500 silica. So then you're gonna say, okay, great. I'm gonna make it with this silica, and then you're gonna say, oh, okay, great. World quartz 900. Now you're gonna be, the entire system's limited by your quartz. You can only make 53, but if you had a second miner of quartz, right? So that's what I did to get around all that problem. Instead of saying I'm taking this from a miner, I'm taking from a bin, and it just tells you need 900. Hellwalker, it's my playlist. Just go to Spotify T4C0. Yeah, if you have wet concrete, you can just grab this, send it to wet concrete. Then you just need to grab here 720 limestone. This is where I would say both a positive and a negative of this modeler is that, like, oh, you're asking which one? This is the heavy metal, new metal playlist. Getting all these lines to be straight can be a little bit of a pain, but this is the thing. Yeah, if you upgrade the miner, it will upgrade the output. All right, are we burning all that fuel yet? I did not connect the fuel pipes, so no. Also didn't make the rest of the miner. Oh wait. Shit, fuck. Copper sheet. I'll just grab these resources even though I don't think I need them. People will comment. Nice. Yeah, I mean, we've been working on it for a couple years. It's I'm always looking for new songs. So if you remember a song from the 90s that wasn't on it that you enjoy, request them when we're playing them, and I'll add them to the playlist. Is there anything in your factory that can hurt you? I've seen some moving arms on there in the machine pick already. No, nothing in the factory can hurt you. But I do like to play a little bit of. Wait, did we not queue up a bunch more rotors we're out of? I didn't automate getting rotors down there. I guess not. Oh, hold on. We like to role play that. We like to role play that the machines eat factory children. It's a, you know what? As I said, I didn't want to say it. So we try to put fences around everything so that the factory children don't get caught up in the arms. I haven't. None of this is permanent. This is all just. This is all just getting to 1.0. Probably like tier 9, tier 8 maybe. We'll do tier up to that here, and then we'll move on somewhere else. All right, hold on a second. Your surface is uneven. There's 9 tech tiers, and then there's a final phase 5 space elevator. I think that's it, right? Clipping cables hurts Echo's soul. Hey, listen, everybody's got their picadillos, you know what I mean? Alright, so each of these is going to consume... How many? Is it 40? $20. All right, so we have 20 times 12. All right, one pipe works. Now, the challenge is now to make sure we're making enough of the heavy oil. Do I think it's worth it getting pure aluminum ingot? Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good recipe. But also, it's a little less efficient. You'll get less aluminum. What are we doing? Where's the actual output? It's on the other side, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, do you have access to silica? That's probably the question to ask. Fine, I convinced you. Oh, I've fallen! Sorry. I didn't need to yell. 9 tears, 5 faces. Thank you. I didn't think I'd be turning these on tonight. Pure something is less efficient. The pure recipes are usually simpler. You just take whatever the raw material is and just mix water with them. So usually your like all of the alternate recipes are trade-offs usually. Either it's trading power for speed or power for efficiency. It's just, I don't know if there's one that's just purely better across all boards. You're gonna need silica anyways for everything in computers. All right, so are we actually connected to grid? All right, now, what is our number to hit? 240. 240 is going to be 40. Okay, we certainly can't do this. So we got 80. Well, let's count. Let's max out our plastic, okay? We'll max out plastic and rubber and see how much noise we can make down here. Good luck. You're gonna have to play this, Big Chicken Ready? Get out of it. This game has consumed so much of my life. But Dinkerini, what other factory-like games do you play? I don't need these stairs anymore. I mean, it's such a good mix of like creative and logic solving problems. All right, assuming we have a 300 cubic meter pipe here. So I have 7 times 10. Not dope. Plus this is going to be it's only 6. Why did I type 7? 6. $180. So 180. How many hours do I have in this game? Close to 5,000. So 180. It's going to keep 3 of these things full. Ani, that was Echavol, Captain of Industry, Planet Crafter, Planet Base, Surviving Mars as well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think if you like Captains of Industry, base building, I'm gonna unfuck myself or fuck myself? Is it unfuck or fuck myself? Which one? Oh, unfuck. Okay. All right. That's fine. Oh. Oh. Ichi Kohama. What's up, man? How you doing? Both alternating. You in and yeah, I got you. I got you. Ichi, what's up, man? Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. All right. Well, look. I can only make 180 as is. However, I've got these bad boys right here. I could just have them make fuel from oil. They'll make 40 per minute each. 60 crude oil. 120, 240. Okay. Let me get another oil pipe in here. We have the oil. We might as well use it. I like oil power. Consistency.
Hello.
Endless Glitch. What's up? How you doing? You saw Forrest Gump in a rear wiper of an SUV today? Which one did I see the other day? Remember when we had the Olympics and there was that Australian who was doing the breakdancing, and she was like laying on her back and she was spinning and just kicking weird. I saw a car who had that as a you just got the game a couple of days ago. Endless Glitch. The community around this game is fucking amazing. Welcome in. You just got this game a couple of days ago. Sorry, you're about to go on probably the coolest adventure ever. Endless Glitch. You saw also, my bot should have told you that I put $1,000 in a bank account for you or something. Did you see that? Yeah, Endless Glitch got an extra $1,000 in a bank account. Did you see that, Endless Glitch? Endless Glitch, if you're in North America, okay, and you like playing video games, this game is about to be on quote unquote console, which means it's going to be it's going to have controller support. I don't know how it's going to work, to be honest with you. However, I do know that you can, once controller support is available, you can play it on a Steam Deck that I'm giving away on December 13th. So if you want to, you can take that $1,000 that I just put in your bank account. You like SimCity growing up? This is a great step. This game will hit all of those things plus some. You're going to download it on PS5 so fast you're going to get whiplash? I don't know about this. That's fair. You don't have to do shit. But if you wanted to, this is a charity stream. My name's Taco. We stream for the sick kids over at Boston Children's Hospital. Every bit, every sub, every donation goes to them. Somebody donated for me to give away the Steam Deck. All you have to do is type enter space Steam Deck space Max. And if you win on December 13th, you don't need to be here to win. You can send me your information. I'll mail it to you. I know we have low trust, but I can tell you that I've been doing this on Twitch for several years. And we've raised, this year alone, we raised $44,000 for sick kids. Either way, just hang back, relax, have fun. Yeah, all you have to do is type exclamation mark enter, put a space in there, type the word Steam Deck, and then you can say the word Max. You see what Nightblades just did? Just copy Nightblades. The way you get more money in your bank account is hang out, chatting. Anytime you come by, drop by a stream, say hi, all that sort of stuff. I'll put money in your bank account. My bot does it. But the best way to put money in your bank account is if, and again, you don't have to, if you could donate money to sick kids. Don't give me money. I don't want your money. Okay? I want to give the money to sick kids. That's all we do here. You know, I'll stop. Just copy what Nightblades, exclamation mark enter, space, Steam Deck, space Max. Yeah, just copy and paste what Firelin did. Thank you, Firelin. How you doing? You got it. Those are your first 2 tickets in the giveaway. Congratulations. You don't need to be here to win. There's going to be other prizes on December 13th. Hey, appreciate that follow. There's going to be other prizes on the December 13th stream. We're going to be building up as we get closer. I'm going to add more prizes into the pool. You can keep jumping into the Steam Deck, or you can put your money into something else. Hanging out, chatting, requesting songs, just in general being a cool human. You got money slowing in your bank account. If you help a sick kid, you'll get a little bit more. Okay? Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate you saying hi. Also, totally free. If you could do me a favor, just type any of those things in chat. You see all these? You see all these right here? These are all free buttons. Just grab any one of them and type it into chat. They work as long as they're not on cooldown. You can grab them. Just type one. Okay? Any of those things in chat. Coffee, I'm gonna kick you in the love biscuit. You want to get good at the game?
Yes, Taco.
Yeah. Yeah.
On a scale of 9 to 10, Taco.
9 to 10, Andrew. Yep.
Where 10 being quite drank.
Yeah, this is my friend Andrew. He's drunk as shit right now.
I am probably a 7.
On a scale of 9 to 10, he's a 7.
So let's not point fingers.
He's so drunk.
I have a permit.
You have a permit too? IT Eagle.
This just says I can do what I want.
Well, okay, you can do what you want here. Nightblades puts an amazing song on.
I'm fine.
Are you fine?
I'm perfectly fucking fine.
And let's let you perfectly fucking fine.
Sorry, sir. Doing my best.
I think you're doing great. I think you're doing really fucking great.
Guess what?
Yeah.
I got a fever.
Okay.
And the only prescription is more cowbell.
More cowbell. More cowbell. Nightblades, what song did you want? Just type it into chat. You typed Rose Tattoo Dropkick Murphy.
What country you from? What ain't no country I
Oh,
ever
it gave you
heard
shipping
of.
up to
They
Boston.
speak English and what?
I'll give you both. How's that?
English,
The
motherfucker.
do you speak it?
Don't nobody go in the bathroom for about 45 minutes.
You bombed it. Yeah.
Somebody open the window.
Open the fucking window. Jesus. I got you. All right. Boy. Yeah.
That escalated quickly.
It sure did. It sure did. Wait, is that the same height we did the other ones at? Is this the same height? Come on. Over here. Over here. Are you the same height? You are. Okay. There's like 1,000 ways to do that. I don't know why I chose that way. We're putting oil in these holes. We're gonna have to overclock. I think I'm gonna have to overclock the fuel generators. Endless is like a ton of chaos here. We do things like, Endless, another way you can get money in your bank account is by answering shitty trivia questions like this one. Try this shitty trivia question. Wait till it tells you in chat that you can answer. Okay? Your new boyfriend just admitted he's into pegging. What does pegging mean? A, that means he has a fetish for...
You're my sauce daddy. I would say you're hot and juicy.
Some would say that. A means he has a fetish for fake limbs. B, he's turned on by pirates. C, he wants you to ram a dildo in his ass. Or D, he wants to use multiple sex toys on you. All right, you ready? Type your answer now. Now, the faster you answer, the more money you're gonna get in your bank account. Plant, you know how to peg people? That's cool. That's cool. It seems like most people know. Speaking of, I have something for you. Coffee, it only works if you type only the letter. Jeez. It's like you guys have heard of pegging before. Talk about criminally online. The correct answer is C. Ram a dildo in your boyfriend's ass. Chris talks about it too much. Endless, did you not get in on time? I didn't see there. Did you have Endless? I say we give it an endless anyways. I think we give him an A for effort.
I hate this game.
You hate this game? This is a banger. I think I want to get rid of these. I think I want this to be the same height. Was all from growing up. Stop, I didn't have a clue. With the deer and the rose tattoo. A name written here. And wouldn't it, Mercury Vapors? Imagine having jetpacks. It's like, imagine this game has jetpacks. It does. And imagine I could use it. I can't. Didn't have a clue. Genuine question, not being silly. I have 5,000 hours in the game. So when we decided we were going to play this game again, we took a break. We played some other games. We came up with a custom set of rules. A, I can't use a jetpack anymore. Chat tried to make this as hard as they possibly could on me. B, I can use the hover pack, but only inside the factory, but I haven't unlocked it yet. C, drone only logistics. I can't use trains. I can't use anything else. Okay, so I don't have any logistics other than belts. C, F, whatever the number is. No handcrafting. Can't use a crafting bench at all. Everything has to be crafted in a machine. Chat can spawn enemies. That's not enabled yet, but that's going to be coming. And then the last one is chat can delete items in my hand. Oh, endless glitch. Yeah, I've been playing this game for a couple years. It's absolutely... Oh, you asked us to do this? 'Twas a consensual fucking? I didn't ask for these specific rules, but also I'm here for it. I'm here for something a little bit different, you know? How many times can you play the same game, right? Clipping! Clipping! Those are clipping. What is that hole? What is your problem? All right, guys. How do I get around this mess? Hi, Auntie Kai.
Yo, Auntie Kai, show me your tits. I don't
Show
know
me your
who
tits.
that's for.
You know what, Auntie Kai? You come in here and you talk a good game. You know what I mean?
Goodies hacking cuties.
Show me your tits. Everybody, go to the follow button. Auntie Kai. She plays Satisfactory too, you know. You know what I mean? Talk a good game, though. Solid. I do indeed talk a good game. Alright, how the fuck do I want to combine these? Alright, what are my options? I don't think that works. That would work really fucking tight to this wall. I kind of hate this. Kind of hate how this is all here. And actually, I have to figure out how I'm going to get oil in that hole. I'm kind of thinking I should re-provision this pipe to this hole. This pipe to that pipe to the current pipe, whatever it is. Now, I could pull the last two. It's just off a little bit, though. I hate this. Wait, I had a bizarre day and I fixed Taco. How did you fix me? Taco's walk on for your stream. Okay. I thought you fixed me. I'm like, please, somebody fix me. So here's hope there are many there when he sees it. All right. Appreciate it. What is this? What is this? Pierce the veil? Who's this? IT Eagle, let's go. Whatever I do, it's going to get in the way. That elbow just makes it look proper industrial. I mean, I'm trying to figure out a way to make this look good. The problem is this is on the wrong grid. Why don't I change it? Why do I change it? Can I go closer? I don't know if that works. I don't think it is. Yeah, that won't work. All right. The problem is it's too close to the current grid. Stick one here. Okay. Okay. Now that one's good. This one. Same situation. See, the problem is it really wants to be right here. I don't know. That's a clip in my book. I mean, that's straight. So I should come over here. Ugh. Gross. Gross. Alright, would it just look better if I just didn't bend it that way at all? Well, I could grab this pipe, though. I got 4 oil pipes right here. I'm just figuring out how to pull them together. I'm at the same stage in the game as Taco, but when I get trains, my God, I was excited. Trains are so much fun, man. Taco is missing some golden chat moments. What did you watch, Crestmeister? Let me see. Take away the W. Wait. But you have tits in a strap-on. Perfect way to fix it. That is true. Echo wants you to peg him. I mean, who doesn't, honestly? You wanted peaches by Presidents of the United States, and you got that other thing. Gotcha. Sorry. It works a lot better with Spotify links. It doesn't have to try to figure it out.
Look at these hacking cuties.
What up, Perf? I have a song I want to play, and I promise it's not pirate metal. I mean, if it is pirate metal, and it's not Diggy Diggy Hole, which I don't think that's considered pirate metal, because that's dwarf metal. Diggerooney says I've been arguing myself buying this for an hour and a half. Only because I've been drinking and I don't like spending money when doing so. No, yeah. Diggerooney, let me see if I can get some giveaway copies. Give me a couple days. Save yourself some money, maybe. Yes, wet concrete is good for getting rid of the excess water, because limestone's pretty much everywhere, and if you just take the excess water, just throw limestone into it, and then you can either use the concrete or just dump it. Do I have a stream schedule? I do. Yeah. I'm not ending stream. It's on my ending stream scene. Tacos, Tuesdays usually 6:30, Fridays at 6:30, Saturday usually early. In the winter we sometimes do late, and then I'm randomly on. The best way is to either hit the follow button, either hit the notification button, or follow us on Discord. I stream like 3 or 4 times a week. I'm not a full-time streamer. I got a 40-hour-a-week job. I'm a dad. I got a bunch of shit going on, but it's usually like late nights and weekends. Don't stay here. I'm out. One turns out. All right. Would it just be better just to take this pipe? It doesn't matter which pipes I choose. They all work. They're all the same. Actually, no, they're not. One of them is empty. Remember which one was empty? I think it's the far left one is empty, right? One of them is not charged yet. Yeah, you're empty. So we can't use that pipe. Okay, these... What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? Alright, so I don't have 4 pipes, I only have 3. Maybe... What's running plastic right now? Alright, that was coming here. Okay, alright. You know what? Let's put this back. There was no reason to redo this. Eat me a lot of peaches. Bend over, big... What? Auntie Cat, what are you on? Get the strap on ready. She's... Bacon, you might have to go... You might have to take her in private chat. Clap in between words? Jesus. Jeez. Alright, this pipe is charged, though. Don't look at me. I'm scared too. Holy shit. Come on. Jump, duck. Oh my god. Don't be scared, Bakey. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. It's when you struggle it hurts more. 1, 2. There. Peaches. Peaches for me. Millions of peaches. Just for aesthetics, we're gonna run the pipes. Alright. Fully charged pipe, you're going in there. Fully charged pipe, you're going around the corner. Alright. Now the original thing we were trying to solve for is this pipe here needs to marry into that pipe down there. Okay, that ain't straight. Alright, let's try this. If we use a wall here, we can transpose the pipeline junction to a spin it. No, wall has to go the other way. No, I'm never gonna get a pipe that goes this way and has access. Unless I go down. Now, there's another way to do this. There's another way to do this. Check this. Alright. Like that. You go right in there. Okay, you... Oh, wait, you need a sock gremlin? Wait, what are you talking about? Are you guys just being super thirsty? Sock daddy? What is it? Wait, a daddy and an auntie? What? Now you need a sock gremlin? What's a sock gremlin? You guys are going fucking nutso. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Oh my gosh. Unfuck myself? Sounds sad. All right, my thought process. Perf, I want to say thank you.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to establish a sheep farm,
Right?
right? Because at the end of the day, you can take sheep and fuck them.
Well, listen, shouldn't. Shade Woman.
I have a permit.
You have a permit though? Do you?
This
do
just
you
says
really?
I can do what I want.
All right. I think I got lost in the sauce on this one. Where the fuck is this going? Is this going up here? I guess it's fine that it joins here. This is the flow. So now we should be maxing out the fuel. Wait. So we're making 40 per minute. And what was, we were doing 12 times 20? That's the number of fuel generators we have. So we need to divide that by 4. Which I think is just 60, right? So we have to overclock each of these. Fluids elude you, do they? Is there specific fluid math you need direction on, Auntie Kai? Moisture. You need some moisture mentorship? Is that what you need? What a vague question. Moisture mentor me harder. Okay. I would say the first thing you need to do is make sure, no matter what, that your pipes are straight and rigid. Moisture Minotaur. Yeah, you need straight hard pipes. If they're all floppy and wiggly, they're not gonna get the job done. And what you want to do is you want to look at the fluids you need and multiply that by the number of machines. Sort of like everything else in this game. Here I have heavy oil coming out 10 per minute. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, oh, look, I've got 6 machines and I'm going to get 10 per minute. Okay. So I'm going to do, curly brackets, 6 times 10 because of PEMDAS. What did you learn? What did you learn it as? And then this one is 20 per minute, also times 6. Okay. Although half of them are not powered. I'm just realizing. Hold on. Where's my power? Where's power? Where's the power? You two have power. Your nipples can't be far back here. There they are. All right. Bacon, I had to turn off the AI bot. I gotta put more credits into it. Oh my god. It's raining tacos. Wild. Thank you very much for the tacos. Auntie Kai, was there an actual question in there? I'm just making sure people aren't falling to their deaths. Like that. You kind of answered it, did I? Oh, wow. Who would have thunk? We definitely need some lights in here. Do we have power in this? We don't. I gotta start running power through all these pillars. Like that one. Alright, let me check my math, because I actually got to do it. So these all have to be turned to 60. Okay, do we overclock them all to 60? 60. 60. 60. Alright, you should all be overclocked to 60. These should all be running 100%. Okay. So these are making 20 per minute. So plus 6 times 20. Okay. That's 180. And we needed 240. 90 times 4. Alright, so we are 180 short of what we need. These are 40 per minute. Oh, these are just making fuel. Oh, did I fuck this up? Yeah. You actually don't need to connect into the... Oh, that's the oil coming in. No, hold on a second. No, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We actually needed that. It's the output. This is a fuel out. Even easier. Perfect. Then we can avoid all this bullshit. We can avoid this. Avoid that. Okay. We don't need this. Okay. Now all we need to do is marry you two. Holds for dear life. Uh-oh. What is that hole? All right. So I gotta clear this out. That's what I gotta do. So chat, what are your kinks? Well, I know a bunch of them get off on just trying to abuse me. So this is that here. Okay, your fuel and polymer resin. All right, what is the residual fuel? It's 60 for 40. And then this other one is 60 for 40 with resin. This is 60 for 40 with... No, what's the other recipe? 60 for 40 heavy oil. What the fuck is this one? Wait, it's the same recipe? Why did I think the polymer resin changed the recipe? Yeah, so this one it needs heavy oil. Why am I feel like I'm high? All right, we should be using the polymer resin. It's the same recipe. I just got to do something with the polymers. That's when you know you're cooked. That's when you know you're cooked. They are plugged in for sure. No, wrong swatch. Let's swatch. Okay, we do have to do something with the polymers, though. Still didn't hook up the oil. All right, there's oil hooked up. Okay. I can't deny the results are amazing. Abused taco. Bacon makes me wear a taco mask. I mean, if you need a high resolution photo, let me know. Happy to scan the face in like 3D. You know what I mean? Full body. Full body. Bacon, get a full body suit. You might have to stuff a pillow down in the midriff, but fucking lean in. You know what I mean? Lean in. Just remember, pegging is required. All right. So you guys still don't have power, though? Who's done you so dirty? You make it already sound like I don't have one. Bacon. The other day, the clips came up. I don't know if you were here, but the clip of us playing Gartic Phone, where you drew the scat photo. Oh, fucking chef's kiss, man. It's every time I see it, hard giggles. Hard giggles. Oh, guys. Look, we made rubbers. We made so many rubbers. And then we're making the fuel powers. If I could just plug these machines in, we'd be fucking golden. You're not plugged in? Get fucking plugged. Where's your hole? Such an intense stream? What do you mean, Dinkeries? What do you mean? Alright. You're making... I fucking plugged you in. You've got to be shitting me. Show me your fucking hole. You're not... You have no power. How did you not get powered? You're powered. Kitty is a baby of someone in the community. Yeah, where are you, Turtle? Sorry, I missed you. Where are you, Turtle? How many pills have they been in a giveaway? Alright, not that. You, there. You, there. There they go. There they go. Once I've heard it 1,000 fucking times. All right. Yeah, Pat. It's Katrine Little Devil's kitty. Name is Anna. Well, that's gonna be fucked. Alright, well, listen. Let's fucking move over. What are you connected to? Oh, that's a vanity hole. That's a vanity hole. Bacon knows all about vanity holes. Okay, you go over there. You fucking straight mode. Do you think they? It's so hilarious. That, like, we got a straight mode for pipes too, and like it just never works. Something can't fit on me. All right, here. This is a merger. Go that way. You're a merger. You go that way. You're a merger. You're a merger. Okay. Where's my hole? Easy sauce. Hey. All right, we're gonna whip out the bakey bits. Squatty boy. DGen hours come out full first. It's only when I stream late. I feel like every time I stream, it's DGen hours. That was so close. Vanity hole joke failed to load. I got nothing. Okay. Boop, boop. I gotta go plug this in. Don't need you anymore. And we cleared up all the pipe mess in here. Who mixes Monster into coffee? You don't scare me. Oh my god, yeah. Shade's she's a beast. Alright. Are we sucking? No, we have power! We just did this! There's power in these lines! No. There's power in you? Yeah, there is. Alright, stop it. You were supposed to be there. I guess polymers are going in? I'm a special kind of fucked up. We all are, but that's why we have fun. All right, shit's done. Now, yeah, so we got extra fuel. We should be able to keep all those machines on now. All right, you're making plastic. You're making rubber. You're making fuel. You're making fuel. You're making fuel from the residual oils. You're making fuel from heavy oil. No, opposite. You're making fuel from heavy oil. You're making from crude oil. All of you are making fuel. Y'all yellows. All your fuels.
Hello.
Excuse me. Dirty motherfucking chemist. What's up, Holmes? Kinks? Shit. I got here right on time. Dirty, what's up, you motherfucker? Alright. He does enjoy it dirty, and I also hear he likes to watch. Go resolve that one in your brain. So, fun question: are you making steak and potatoes? What do you? What am I using for seasoning? What a fucking good question. All right, steak and potatoes. First, right off the rip, what kind of steak are we talking about? Endless glitch. You need to go to church after tonight? No. Just don't even. Just walk around it. Just walk around it. Know what to do? Go help somebody else. Dealer's choice. All right, I'm gonna get a fillet, like a small little fillet cut. I'm gonna get garlic and butter. And I'm gonna smash that into like a paste. I'm gonna smash up the garlic and I'm gonna mix it with the garlic butter. I'm gonna quickly sear both sides. I'm gonna get that shit just past blue. I'm gonna toss some garlic butter on it. Just let it sit on the plate. Potatoes. I'm not gonna do the potatoes. You know what? I'm gonna go with a baked potato. You can't go wrong with a good baked potato. If I'm grilling the steaks, I'm gonna grill the potatoes too. I'm gonna coat them with the same garlic butter, and I'm gonna cook them up on the grill. They're gonna get hard on the outside. Then I'm gonna wrap them in foil, and they're gonna sit there for a while. Okay. Then when it comes to serving time, I'm gonna cut them shits in half. Okay. I'm gonna throw some more garlic, a little butter, cheese maybe, maybe like a cheddar cheese. Not loaded and mashed. You know what? Listen, you can go loaded and mashed. It's gonna be a loaded baked potato for sure, for sure. Twice baked potatoes, yeah, it does. It does make your tits sing, for sure. Getting hard on the outside. Let's go. Oh, furnace isn't dead. Back to sending smut to Taco. Wait, you thought your furnace was dead? Hasselbeck potatoes? Mic drop? I don't know what Hasselbeck potatoes are. Guys, as always, thanks for fucking hanging out with me. I love you guys. Thanks for helping me help some sick kids. It doesn't happen without effort. And you guys are absolutely fucking amazing. We will be back tomorrow night. I think we're playing tomorrow night. We are not streaming on Friday. Friday is Halloween. I'm taking the kiddos out to. Yeah, we're still doing that. We're still doing this thing. We're still this thing here. We're still doing it. So Friday is Halloween. You won't see me Friday. Saturday night, I should be back for another stream. I don't know what I'm doing. Might be not Satisfactory. It's probably going to be something goofy.
Hello.
Tomorrow, we might be playing some RV there yet. Don't know yet. Trying to get a squad lined up. But either way, it should be a good time no matter what happens. Guys, thank you for fucking being here. Please empty your bank accounts, all for the sick kids, but also your taco bank accounts, okay? Empty them on my face. I mean the stream deck. All right, guys, I've got a cool raid for us tonight where we let me make sure they still online. You know who we haven't seen it in a long time? Should reach out. Where are they? No? Oh, interesting. Manner. It must have popped off. All right. How about this? Satisfactory community member not playing Satisfactory. His name is Construction. I haven't had the opportunity to raid him before. He's playing the Crust. Crust is a fun game. Okay, we're gonna go see Construction tonight. Let's do the raids. Guys, I love y'all madly. Thank you for helping me with all the sick kids. Okay. There's 2 messages here. There's the top one with the dancing taco, the one with the flames below it. If you're a follower, if you're a subscriber, either way, don't care which one you use. All I want you to do is show Construction the love that you show me all the time. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love every fucking one of you. Last thought of the night. Okay. It's weird out there. Okay. Life's weird. Everything in this country is fucking weird. Feels like sometimes what is truth isn't real. Doesn't matter. Can't control any of it. Okay. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. Try to make somebody else smile. I'll see you on the next one. Catch you guys later. Turtles!